Chapter 442. Wang Wei headed to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion along with Yin Shun, since he was one of the few people aware of his divination. The other people had to pretend that things were normal so they could not accompany him. And after arriving, he discovered that the sect was still surrounded by their protecting formation. According to information gathered, this has been the case for the past 2,500 years or more. People would have thought that they had closed off their sects if the people inside did come out and release the news that the Path of Supreme would open up after this generation's heaven-chosens reached the void-shattering realm. I know you can see and hear us. Open up or suffer the consequences, yelled Yin Shun towards the array. A few minutes later, the pavilion master came out with a smile on his face to receive the guests. Damn it, we have just survived one calamity star, and now another one shows up. Could it be that he discovered that we sold his information? The pavilion master knew that their immortal formation could not prevent the people from the Tao opening sect if they wanted to use force to rush in. So, in the end, they had no choice but to invite the guest in and hopefully deal with the entire situation in a more civil way. Guest, welcome to our humble sect. Don't waste time. Lead us to see Old Man Chu, said Yin Shun directly. However, the pavilion master still had a smile on his face as he nodded his head before leading the way. The group was led to a room where a table and tea were prepared. Old Man Chu, who seemed to have aged, even more since the last time the pavilion had visitors, stood and waited for the group to arrive. Immediately after entering the room, Wang Wei did not waste time and dismissed all the other people with one look. Then, he handed two things to Old Chu, a piece of paper and a jade talisman. The jade talisman simply contained how to communicate in sign languages. Although Old Man Chu was curious, he did not ask anything. He could feel the strange atmosphere of the guest. Their demeanor screamed that they were here for business. The piece of paper was a basic soul contract that stated that after doing divination for them, the memories of this conversation will be wiped out from his mind. And even if he fails, the same thing will happen. After checking to see if there were any traps, Old Man Chu signed it without hesitation. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei asked him with hands, "Tell me how you managed to divine my location for DT on." Old Man Chu secretly sighed as he feared that this day would come. He did not hide anything and told everything that occurred, including their sects acquiring an emperor scripture called 8 Trigram Myriad Worlds Secret Guide, along with an emperor artifact. Wang Wei pondered for a moment as he realized the reason that DT on suddenly targeted him. However, now is not the time to focus on such small detail. Do a divination for me. After you succeed, the debt between us will be repaid. Young Master Wang Wei, you have to understand that there is a high chance of failure. However, the response he got was a cold and indifferent stare. Gritting his teeth, Old Man Chu has no choice but to prepare for the divination. And after hearing what the latter wanted to know, his hands could not help trembling. He was not very glad that this person in front of him was reasonable and had him sign a contract instead of eliminating him to keep his secret. Using the Emperor artifact, Old Man Chu's soul seemed to have traveled to a land where all the answers to the mystery of the world existed. Then, he began to search for something. The most up-to-date NOV_Ls are published _here, L-World. Unfortunately, he returned empty-handed, making Wang Wei frown. With his physique, it would be better for him to use the pavilion's technique and artifact to do the divination. However, it will take too long for him to comprehend a new emperor scripture, and he did not want to waste time. I will bless your body with the power of my physique, so try again. I just need the tiniest of information, and I can go from there. Old Man Chu nodded before starting again. With the Emperor artifact and his proficiency in the scripture, he did not suffer from any backlash. So, he could make a second attempt. While he was in the middle of the divination, a gray orb appeared in Wang Wei's body, and he injected it into Old Man Chu's body, temporarily granting him the powers and abilities of his fate puppeteer physique towards divination. A few minutes later, Old Man Chu opened his eyes that were completely white and muttered in a strange and hoarse voice, "Outlaws." Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. Does my death involve the term outlaws? Although it is little, it is still something to go on. Wang Wei then activated the contract to erase the old man's memories. He even checked his soul to ensure that he did not use any other means to retain his memories before leaving. He rushed straight to the sect's secret archive after asking his parents and not receiving any information. He hoped to find any information from there. He tried to contact Wu Hong, but she did not answer, so he can only be proactive. Meanwhile, his father also went to see the ancestor, Wang Wuqing. After listening to the entire situation, Wang Wuqing nodded. "I've never heard of this term. I will go ask some of the really ancient old men to see if they know anything." He then disappeared. However, what Wang Tian did not know was that Wang Wuqing did not go ask anyone as he said, but just returned to his cultivation chamber. A few hours later, he returned while shaking his head. No one knew anything. Wang Tian sighed in disappointment and thanked him before leaving. As Wang Wuqing watched his departure back, he could only sigh to himself. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but if any of us intervene, the chances of that brat surviving will be even lower, and we might even suffer casualties, and this time, even his wife will not be able to save him." Wang Wuqing shook his head. However, he still had faith in the kid to survive. He could tell that he was not simple. "Outlaws, the ones who have to prove their worthiness," he muttered to himself before returning to his cultivation. "Did you find anything?" asked Wang Tian once he returned to the secret archive. "No. In the past hours, Wang Wei learned quite a few interesting things. For example, his founder, the Sword Empress, loved bamboos very much, so she used one as a sword. Full_out, current_novel on L-World. See, on what was interesting about this fact was that she used a regular bamboo as her sword. She tempered it constant with her sword will. As such, in the early stages of her cultivation, she was always at a disadvantage when fighting with people since her weapon was a normal mortal bamboo. Through baptizing the sword with her sword will, she was able to break its limitation and evolved it to a higher level of artifact, until she proved the Tao and it became a supremely powerful and unique weapon. Another interesting fact was that the Immortal Avenue Pact, which prevented immortal venerables and Tao ancestors from showing up and intervening in the world, was created by the human emperor after seeing how devastating immortal-level battles were. Although there were many other interesting things like these too, they were not the information he was searching for. Did the ancestor know something? "Unfortunately, no," replied Wang Tian. "It appears that you have to wait for Hong Up. Something tells me she may not even know," gestured Wang Wei with a sigh. He knew that Wu Hong's memories were incomplete, and if there was something that could threaten his life, she would either take care of it or warn him to prepare in advance. Wang Tian hesitated for a moment after hearing this before saying, "If that is the case, we have to use the last measure." "Which is?" "Ask the ancient aristocratic clans. Them? With how long their inheritance is, they might know something. However, from what I learned, these people are not very pleasant to interact with. Do you think they will give us such information so easily?" The ancient clans were not the Heaven Mystery Pavilion that can easily be bullied. Interaction with them would involve a lot of diplomacies, which will in turn waste a lot of time. And in the end, they might not even be successful. Wang Wei was in a somewhat hurry. "No, they will let us," replied Wang Tian. "I guess this is a good time to tell you about this. Our Wang clan is technically an ancient aristocratic family. There is even a branch of us amongst them. Well, they consider themselves the main branch and us the side branch. What is going on?" Wang Wei was genuinely surprised and confused by this news. "Well, our Wang clan is actually the direct lineage of the Heaven Opening Emperor. The first emperor? The one who started the beginning emperor era?" Wang Tian nodded his head. "That's right, him. Why do I only know about this now? Things are more complicated. Our founder, Emperor Qiyuan, for an unknown reason, cut off our bloodline connection with the Heaven Opening Emperor, thus making us a brand new family. So, you could say that we are one family. You can say that we are not. Plus, this kind of secret will only be revealed to you when you officially become the patriarch of the clan. Visit to L-World. See OM_discover_new novels." Wang Wei was about to ask something when someone came in. "Did you find anything?" "No," replied Wu Hong. I searched both the river of time and the river of fate, but could not find a reason for your sudden death. As expected, you do not know the reason as well. Wu Hong, but her teeth. She wanted to complain and curse that damn woman. However, she knew that it was pointless. She could only remain frustrated. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took this opportunity to ask her the question he wanted to ask his father, which was why the Qiyuan emperor cut off their bloodline connection. Wu Hong looked deep in the eyes before answering. She was glad that he did not let this news affect his mind and could remain calm and composed. As the first emperor of the world, the heaven-opening emperor held a very high status amongst all the emperors from the myriad emperor world. He even shared a very small portion of our luck for being a pathfinder. However, as an individual, he is very sly and cunning, so I would not be surprised if he used that technique. Technique? Great emperors are immortal beings. However, their resurrection requires a way for them to resurrect. And one of the best ways to do so is to leave an imprint in their descendants' bloodline. And once they find a very talented one that suits their Daos, they can use that imprint to take over that person's body to quickly resurrect themselves and return to their peak. Most likely, the Qiyuan emperor discovered that imprint and severed your bloodline connection to him to prevent this from happening. How cruel, gestured Wang Wei. Indeed, this technique is frowned upon by many other emperors, but many people still used it, especially the ones that formed clans. What about the founder? Did he use this technique? You, said Wang Tian. You can't be too sure about these things, he retorted back. Don't worry, I've already checked. No one in your 3 clans has this imprint. Wang Wei was satisfied that at least the emperors in his sect did have some level of morale. Since you were so calm, you must have found a way to find answers? Asked Wang Tian. He knew his son too well. Wang Wei nodded his head before taking out a talisman from his space ring. Visit to L-World. COM_new novels. I can believe that I have to rely on this old beggar. Hopefully, he won't let me down. Chapter 443. After activating that talisman, Wang Wei discovered a coordinate that pointed to the northern black toward his continent. So, he did not waste time and headed that. By forcefully breaking the space, he was able to get there in just a few minutes. By following the coordinate, he soon discovered that he was in the domain of one of the Forbidden Zone, the Blood Earth. Underneath his feet was endless earth that spread for millions of kilometers. However, the entire earth was completely blood red. From what Wang Wei knew, this place was the entrance to that forbidden land, and once in a while, a space crack will appear to allow cultivators to go inside. As long as they do not go deep into the core, many people can survive and receive some fortunate encounters. While being wary, Wang Wei flew in the direction of the coordinate. Soon, he saw a wood cabin in the middle of this desolate place, and the talisman was pointed at it. He landed not far from the cabin as he looked around, focusing on the ground. He could feel and see countless formations surrounding that cabin, all of them at the level of Quasi-Emperor. What baffled him was that the number was truly outstanding, making him wonder what was wrong with the Creator. Not long after landing, a safe path amongst these arrays was opened up, and he followed. After entering the cabin, it was quite larger on the inside, and he appeared to be teleported to one of the rooms. He saw the old beggar he once met at the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Nothing much has changed since then except for his eyes. They were more cold and indifferent. To be precise, they switched between normal and cold and indifference, making him appear very erratic. "You're here," said the old beggar. "Yes, by the looks of it, you expected my arrival." Oddly, without Wang Wei telling him about hand signs, the old beggar could easily understand him. "You could say that. So, you succeeded in cultivating the Tao of Heaven." Wang Wei could tell that this man was now very close to becoming a true monarch, and if it was not for the restriction of the world, he would have already entered. There's no need to waste time. You came here to ask me about outlaws, didn't you? Wang Wei squinted his eyes at this old beggar to give him a deep look. Yes, so what are outlaws exactly? And why will I be killed because of it? Outlaws are people who cultivated certain Daos that are deemed too powerful and unique. As such, They have to pass a trial to prove that they are worthy of cultivating that Tao. For example, the people who cultivate the Tao of time, karma, samsara, destruction, and so many others. A trial? Like heavenly tribulation? Hee hee, laughed the old beggar with a sneer. When I say a trial, do you think that you will get teleported somewhere where you have to face countless challenges set up by heavenly Tao to prove your worth? Is it not? For more underscore novel, visit L-World. Of course not. Otherwise, so few people would survive being an outlaw. This trial is considered a human tribulation, making it very unpredictable and hard to see coming. Be more specific. What exactly is this human tribulation you're talking about, you? The old beggar paused for a moment to gather his thought. The way the trial is set up is that heavenly Tao will scheme against you using the people close to you or your actions against you. For example, the trial could be in the form that one of your best friends became jealous of your power and success and planned to assassinate you. Or, through many circumstances, your sect turned against you and they begin to hunt you down, forcing you on the run. The scary part of this trial is that it is personal, tailored to each specific individual's life, strength, and relationship. I can tell you that strength is the least valuable aspect needed to pass this test. How so? This is the best way I can explain it. This trial is essentially having a great emperor calculating and scheming against you to lead you to your demise. Because of this, few people have ever survived this trial, especially people like you. People like me? Asked Wang Wei. Supreme outlaws, people who want to cultivate the 5 supreme hidden Taos, which are chaos, creation, fate, destruction, and heaven, isn't it? Replied Wang Wei when he saw the old beggar not saying anything. The Tao of heaven is that path of becoming all-knowing or omniscient. How could such a Tao be normal? And based on how this old beggar was hiding here, it is obvious that he has been hiding from something because of his status as a supreme outlaw. Yes, you're correct. Wang Wei paused for a moment before asking, how are outlaws different from supreme outlaws? And has any of us survived the trial? The best way I can explain is that ordinary outlaws have a great emperor use 1% of its ability to scheme against them, and supreme outlaws is more along the line of 50%. As for any supreme outlaws that survive the test, there is only one, but only in a technicality, and that is the Dusk Emperor. Dusk, the darkness before twilight, the darkness before everything comes to an end. The Dusk Emperor once cultivated the Tao of destruction to a very high level. However, after going through the outlaw trial, he had no choice but to change his Tao to a lesser form of destruction, Dusk, to survive. New novel _chip_tours are published here. L-World. So, what you're saying is that another way to pass the trial is to either change Tao or cultivate a lesser version of it. Gestured Wang Wei. Exactly. For example, your little peer named Lin Fan, as the owner of the Absolute Chaos Physique, is allowed to cultivate many Taos that could make him an outlaw without consequences. That is one of the functions of the number 1 heavenly physique. However, the moment he decided to walk the path of cultivating all 3,000 grand Tao, he instantly became a supreme outlaw. The same goes for you. If you only focused on a certain aspect of fate, you would never become an outlaw. Unfortunately, you want to control the entire Tao. Wang Wei nodded, but he did not care. If he knew of this trial beforehand, he would still make the same choice. After pondering for a moment, he asked, what about my father? Is he an outlaw? Wang Wei knew that his father's Tao was quite powerful, so he wanted to know. No, your father only cultivated the Tao of cutting. The reason it is so powerful is that he raised it to such a level relying purely on his swordsmanship talent. People like him who take an ordinary Tao and elevate it to such height are usually very favored by heavenly Tao and blessed with some luck. Another example of this is Empress Wu's Sealing Tao. What about Di Tian? Since he cultivates the Tao of Samsara, he should be an outlaw, right? His situation is different, replied the old beggar slowly. As expected, he just had a whim to ask, so he did. Based on the information that I gather by fusing my mind with heavenly Tao, I discover that Dition was once a supreme outlaw that once cultivated the Tao of creation. Do you know anything about what occurred in the beginning emperor in the Null era? Yes, I know about the war. Well, that will save me some time. During that war, Dition used his Tao of creation to create many human beings with high cultivation talent. Of course, back then, he needed accompanying resources to create life. Nevertheless, his ability granted him a very high status in the world. Because of the situation of the war, Heavenly Tao gave him a pass and ignored his status as a supreme outlaw. However, he grew too ambitious. He wanted to create the perfect human, a person born with the utmost beauty, temperament, and talent. His act crossed a forbidden zone, so his status as an outlaw was activated. In the end, his proud creation was killed in front of him, and he was severely injured. In the end, he had to enter reincarnation and change his Tao not only to save himself, but apparently to revive her. Because of this, he does not have to pass the trial. Of course, one of the main reasons that he does not have to pass the trial is because of the great karma tied to him. New_chip_ters are pub_list on L-World. COM, what do you mean? Many of the people he created would one day become great emperors. So Dition held the title of Creator of Emperors, which is a great form of karma protecting him throughout his reincarnations. Otherwise, his life would have been even more miserable. Wang Wei pondered for a moment as he remembered the ghost or spirit that he met and gave him an innate material. He did not expect her to have such a story. I only have a few more questions. What about the Tao of nothingness? Would that make someone an outlaw? Nothingness? That is considered a taboo. Most people who walked that path ended up turning into nothingness and disappearing from the world. Wang Wei smiled wryly as this almost happened to him during his fight with Dition. He decided to be more careful from now on. Second question, do great emperors and Tao ancestors also have to pass a trial if they one day decided to change their Tao to one of these? No, the rules are different from these immortal beings. For example, Empyreans, who is more powerful than great emperors, all have a natural ability to create life, even without cultivating the Tao. However, I imagine that it is very difficult for them to change their main Tao to one of these Taos. Wang Wei nodded his head before gesturing again. Okay, why don't we get down to business? You told me all this information because you want me to help you with your trial. Most likely, you want to see how I pass or fail the trial and learn from it. Isn't that right? That's correct. So what do I get out of this deal? Didn't you say it? The information that I provided? No, this information is the payment for me helping you find your Tao a couple of thousand years ago. Now, we did not owe each other anything. After saying that, the old beggar saw a karma thread connecting the two of them, which displayed the fact that he was telling the truth. What do you want? 1. I want the information on other people past their trial and the formation you have placed in this house. I do not have that kind of information. I only know who is an outlaw and who survived the trial in the end. As for the exact method of the trial and how they passed, Heavenly Tao has made these the highest form of secrets. As for the array, there is no problem in giving it to you. New_chip_ters are pub_list on L-World. Wang Wei has been secretly observing that array, and he realized that it was set to borrow the power of the Forbidden Land and hide from the eyes of Heavenly Tao. If the trial is as the old beggar stated, Wang Wei knew that he would need to hide from the latter's calculation if he won a slight chance of survival. After agreeing to some terms, the two signed the necessary contract before Wang Wei left. Chapter 444. On his return trip, Wang Wei did not rush home. Instead, he took a void boat to slowly return. He wanted to take this quiet moment to think to himself. This so-called trial was more difficult than he could imagine. If it was as the old beggar stated, logically speaking, everyone that he ever met could be turned against him. Just thinking about this fact would probably make most people paranoid, but not him. His state of mind allowed him to remain calm and think about things logically. He did not think that whether it was his friends or family would turn on him. However, he will still be on the lookout just in case. After all, there are things like soul controlling in this world. Who knows what could happen? Then, Wang Wei's mind began to function rapidly, using all the 10 billion different spirit particles to think, gather information, and come up with different ideas. Suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be one of the reasons that Di Tian placed those karmic sins on me was because of the trial? He should have known that I was an outlaw, so it is not too far-fetched. The question is, what was his end goal? I don't believe that he could not anticipate me removing that karma, so there must be something that I'm missing. Could the karma increase the difficulty of the trial, or is it something else? Wang Wei cannot come up with an answer, but he decided to label this information as important and keep watch for it. Since this trial involved a great emperor-level being calculating him, he theorized that he might need wisdom or intelligence to pass it. However, his strength should also not fall decrease. It took Wang Wei more than 5 hours to return home, and by that time, he had a preliminary plan on what to do next. Once he got home, he told his family about what he learned. Some sort of tribulation, thought Wu Hong. In that case, I might be able to help. Visit to L World. Discover_new novels. She remembered the disaster emperor. He was born with a strange physique that attracted disasters or tribulations toward him all his life. Because of this, no matter where he went, something terrible would happen to him. One time, he was walking out of forest, and a meteor just dropped on top of him. To deal with this issue, he created an artifact that would block all kinds of tribulation from heaven and earth. If I remember correctly, he left an inheritance before leaving. Maybe that artifact is inside. After hearing her explanation, Wang Wei was relieved as she left to get it. As for his family, there is little they could do in the situation except for offering him emotional support and giving him all the resources he wanted. Wang Wei appreciated that and gave the formation that the old beggar gave him to do something for him. Then, he wanted to do other things to prepare for this trial. He first wanted to check on Di Tian's sleepers. After he first discovered them, he did a thorough check and even sent someone to do the same in the Yu clan. And after their battle, he once again checked because of what he said, and Wang Wei did find a few ones that previously escaped his ability. And now that he was more powerful and had a greater understanding of karma, he once again checked. After his guess that Di Tian might be scheming against him with karmic virtues, he did not want to take any chances. This time, his search was proven to be futile, making him both relieved and disappointed. Once that was done, Wang Wei focused on his next step of action. Although he knew about the trial, he did not know in what shape it would take, nor how he would pass. And that was a problem. So, he went to the secret archive to read about the life of the great emperors that were outlaws. Unfortunately, these things were not detailed enough for him to gather any information. However, he did notice that all of them suffered some tragedy sometime during their cultivation journey. This could be the result of the trial or just simply the way the life of powerful people were. While walking out of the secret archive, Wang Wei had a pondering look on his face. In the end, I still have to rely on divination. Visit to L World. See Discover_new novels. He then looked up in the sky to notice that it was night and a few days had passed. Why is she not back yet? He muttered before shaking his head to continue with his plan. After returning to his mountain, he took out a golden orb. This was the merit he received after going on a rampage in the Western continent. He killed so many devils that the amount received was quite noticeable. Something tells me that this will not be enough. Wang Wei proceeded to divine a way for him to survive, or at least a hint. Unfortunately, nothing was discovered. He then tried using the merit he has to boost the effect of the divination, and, as he expected, this was not nearly enough. Without pause, he went to get a few herbs before entering his alchemy room. He took out a few formation eyes to place inside the room before placing the spiritual he needed in the middle. Then, he began to refine them into pills. The odd thing is that during the entire process, Wang Wei did not use a cauldron, not even once. The formation he placed inside generated the flame needed to remove the impurities inside the herbs along with the other process. He even used the formations to engrave the divine runes for this pill. What Wang Wei was doing was the theory he came up with when he infiltrated the Origin Pill Tao sect. Through formation, borrow the purest form of the power of heaven and earth to refine pseudo-innate pills. Once he was done, the pill flew to the sky to undergo baptism by the law and survived pill tribulation. And immediately afterward, as Wang Wei expected, this new method was acknowledged by heaven and earth and lowered merit to him. And it was a purple one of the highest caliber. In the past 1,000 years, the Origin Pill Tao sect has been spreading the method of pseudo-innate pill. Through that method, some alchemists can refine pills that are way better than perfect quality. Thus, a new consensus was made to create a quality of pill above perfection, the ultimate quality. This act has brought a lot of merit and luck to that sect. Unfortunately for them, their pseudo-monopoly was broken when the Tao opening sect released the news that they also created a new and better method to refine ultimate pills. Fortunately, this method required some understanding of arrays, making it more difficult to use than the previous one. Nevertheless, the people of the Origin Pill Tao sect knew that the endless benefit of that invention was over, or at the very least drastically reduced. Inside his cultivation room, Wang Wei put away the Accupant opening pill before doing his divination. With the sacrifice of merit, he did receive some information this time. However, he was not happy. The latest and authoritative custodies are on _ the L World COM website. The result of his divination was once again very simple: Forbidden Land. With how much merit was used, this was the only answer he got. Not to mention how dangerous the result was. Could anyone just walk into these places? After sighing to himself, he began to prepare. No matter what, this was his only chance or clue for survival. There were 6 forbidden lands: the Western Pure Bliss Land, the Blood Earth, the Nether Hell, the Tao Burial Ground, the Swallowing Zone, and the Chrono Chaos Realm. Wang Wei immediately removed 3 of them from places that could help him: the Nether Hell, the Swallowing Zone, and the Chrono Chaos Realm. Wu Hong told him to never step foot close to the Nether Hell until he becomes an Eternal Emperor, and even then, he should be very careful. As for the other 2, they were notorious even amongst the Forbidden Lands for being dead ground. When it comes to the others, cultivators can enter and even acquire some fortunate encounters. That goes even for the Tao Burial Ground. However, those 2 were different. The Swallowing Zone, as the name implied, was a place with a terrifying swallowing power. Anyone or anything that entered that place will have their flesh and blood, soul, and energy swallowed. According to records, there was nothing inside. No matter, no energy, and no laws. They were all swallowed. As for the Chrono Chaos Realm, it was a place full of chaotic time energy. Anyone who stepped foot inside would either be instantly aged before dying or de-aged until they return to being a fetus and disappear from the world. I truly want to know the secrets of these places, muttered Wang Wei before leaving. He first went back to the Blood Earth in the northern continent. In front of the entrance, he calculated whether he was going to have good fortune or not. The result was neutral, so he left. He then went to the western continent, to the entrance of the Western Pure Bliss Land, to do the same. And to his surprise, his calculation indicated that great fortune awaited him after entering this place. With this result, he guessed that his divination was referring to this forbidden land. He did not immediately go in. Instead, he returned home to check more information about it. However, right before going into the secret archive, he received a message that shook him to his core. Visit L-World. COM for a better user experience. It was from Wu Hong, and she told him that she was trapped. Chapter 445. Wang Wei was very serious when he saw the message. According to her, someone might have calculated that she would find that inheritance and trapped her inside. Although she is perfectly fine, she told him that it would take her some time to leave. As he read the message, Wang Wei muttered, "Is this the power of the trial?" Wu Hong is one of his greatest reliance or supporter. So, even if Wang Wei foresaw his death, he knew that with her by his side, he still had a chance of surviving. Unfortunately, Heavenly Tao seemed to have predicted this possibility. There is no way that Heavenly Tao alone could trap her, so who else intervened? After thinking about it for a moment, he rushed to the secret archive. He knew that he had to rely on himself to have even the slightest chance at survival. Additionally, he could lament how weak he was since he could not even help her if he wanted. So, he asked his father to send someone to check on her and see if they could help. Wang Wei was not the only person who received a message. A talisman appeared in Li Jun's cultivation room on his private mountain. However, he was not here to see yet since he was still in the trials. Inside the archive, Wang Wei read all the information about the Western Pure Bliss land he could find. After that, he prepared to enter. He first took out a few pills from the alchemy hall and refined a few of them himself. He then returned to the Western continent. While Wang Wei was rushing, Yi Yin watched him fly away with tears in her eyes, making Wang Tian hold her. The past few years have been terrible. One bad after another keeps happening. What's worse, we are often powerless to do anything, let alone help. I know. This is how all cultivation journeys are. There are UPS as there are downs. Now, all we have to do is believe in our son's ability. Yu Yin nodded as she placed her head on his shoulder. However, she did not see the gleam and determination in her husband's eyes. Although Wang Tian said these words, he was prepared to do anything to save his son's life. When the occasion arrived, he will mobilize all the powers he has as a sect master to use all the strength possible of the sect. No one could take his child from him, not even the heavens. Meanwhile, after leaving the sect, Wang Wei tore the void to teleport him back to the Western continent and the entrance of the Western Pure Bliss land. The latest _Crusodes are on _Elworld.com website. So he found himself in front of a dilapidated temple. Broken status, mostly made of bronze or gold. Dirt could be seen in every corner of the temple, along with an eerie chanting sound. Without hesitation, Wang Wei stepped inside the temple, and immediately afterward, he found himself in a large space. To be precise, another small world. He stood in front of a long path that appeared to be the only one present. To the side of this path were numerous stone statues. Upon closer observation, Wang Wei noticed that all of these statues were monks, as they had no hair and had a Buddhist cassocks on them. The odd thing about these statues was how vivid their facial expressions were. Some of them were angry, some peaceful, some sad, and so on. Myriad of emotions could be seen in their facial expressions. Taking a deep breath, Wang Wei took the first step on this path, and the moment he did, things changed. All the statues began to chant scriptures. Their voices were both loud and quiet at the same time, giving a peaceful, ethereal, and transcendent vibe. Unfortunately, that was only on the surface. The moment these statues began to chant, Wang Wei could feel that their voices were affecting his mind and soul. Their voices contained a deep, enchanting power, showing him the wonders of Buddhism and converting him. Wang Wei was not surprised about this, since he knew how this place operated. This is one of the first secrets that he learned about this world when he was a child. He even designed one of the pagoda trials to be exactly like this. So, without being affected much, he continued walking forward. As he walked deeper into this place, the statues changed into bronze ones. At the same time, the chanting became more powerful when affecting the mind. However, a frown appeared on Wang Wei's face. Based on what he learned, before reaching the bronze phase of this path, an illusory monk should have appeared to ask him a question about Buddhism. Based on his answer, he would either be allowed to continue, be rewarded, or be attacked. But nothing occurred. With skepticism on his mind, he walked forward until he reached the intersection between the bronze and silver path. After seeing no one appearing again, Wang Wei stopped before turning around. There was no hesitation. However, when he turned around, he found a book suspended in front of him. After reading the title, he squinted his eyes. He looked at the book deeply as he realized that this book was what his divination referred to. However, the way that book just showed up to him is suspicious. It's either someone scheming against me, or someone is trying to plan a deep karma on me. Or both. He immediately checked before realizing that he was right. If he accepted this book, the karma he will accept is bigger than receiving an emperor's scripture. This was not normal. The source of this _ chapter, L World. See, in the end, he sighed and took the book. He knew that he had no other choice. The moment he touched the book, he felt the karma connection binding him. However, he quickly acted and ensured that this karma was only bound to him and not the luck of the sect, as it appeared it wanted to. Wang Wei could guess that this book wanted the Tao opening sect to pay that karma on the likelihood that he dies prematurely. But now, once he dies, this karma dies with him. Without saying anything else, he bowed in the direction of the inner core before flying away. No matter who is scheming against him, they still have him an opportunity to survive. Even if he did not like it, he has to acknowledge this fact. If Wu Hong was still here, he may have rejected it and thought of another way. But now he cannot be picky since he did not even know how much time he had left. After leaving the Western Pure Bliss land, Wang Wei decided to return home in a void boat to take this time to look at the book he just received. He looked at the title, Future Buddha Book. If you're going to sow karma, why not give me all 3 books, he muttered. As one of the most powerful emperor scriptures that focused on the Tao of time, he would not mind getting his hands on them. With some anticipation, he opened the book to read. However, to his surprise, it was completely blank. Pages after pages were the same. Thinking of something, he activated the chakras on his body, turning into a golden man. As a result, he did see the words in the book. However, he could not understand them. It's not that they were in an unknown language. No matter how he read this scripture, he would either not understand them or not remember what he read. I did not feel the presence of the absolute beginning magic, meaning that the weirdness is coming from the book itself, muttered Wang Wei. This fact alone showed that this book was not simple since it could ignore the magic of the absolute beginning emperor. So, it should be one of these scriptures that require a specific mindset, Tao heart, or understanding before cultivating, just like most Taoist scriptures. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei had a headache. There was little to no knowledge regarding Buddhism left in this world, and he doubted the little ones he still remembered from his previous life would be enough. If Wu Hong was still here, maybe he could have asked her, but now he was alone. So what is he going to do? Is this thing useless? Thought Wang Wei. Maybe not, otherwise my divination would not have to lead me here. For more _novel, visit L World. See, after returning home, he rushed straight back to the secret archive. And as expected, there was not enough information or scripture left regarding Buddhism. As a last resort, Wang Wei once again tried to divine the answer to his problem, and he failed. As he sat cross-legged in his cultivation chamber, a frown appeared on his face. Something is wrong. With my physique, I should be able to divine even the slightest of information. Wang Wei then went to see his father, which led to a special secret realm that was just established for him. This secret realm was full of the arrays that he took from the old beggar. However, it was slightly modified. These arrays were linked to all the sect's emperor formation and a very powerful innate treasure with the power to hide the secrets of heaven and earth was used as the core of the arrays. As soon as he entered that secret realm, Wang Wei felt safe and secure. He did not know whether that was a real feeling or just a placebo effect. Most likely the former. Without wasting time, he once again tried divination. Things went smoothly for him as he swam in the river of fate. Unfortunately for him, right when he was about to succeed, he felt some force intervening and he ended with nothing. If it was not for how sensitive he was and was actively on the lookout, he might not have felt it. I was right, he muttered before trying once again. However, this time he did not even feel this force no matter how much he tried. And he still did not find anything. In the end, he sent someone to fetch Old Man Chu from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and invite him to the secret realm. And once he was here, Wang Wei ignored the complaints that were written all over this old man's face and combined their powers to try the divination. Unfortunately for him, he still failed, even though this time around, he felt that he was very close to getting the answer he wanted. At this point, Wang Wei was a little frustrated. The only other method he could think of was using merit. However, the sect had a small number left. probably not enough to succeed. His new pseudo-innate pill method was still in the early stages of spreading, and it will take some time to gather more merit. He could try to make some new inventions beneficial to the world and get some more merit. However, his method might not give some merits, and more importantly, this would require time. Full on _episode_ on the L world. See you on platform. Tommy did not know if he had. Countless thoughts rushed to his mind as he pondered his next move. All his spirit particles were working overtime. Then, his eyes flashed with wisdom as he thought of something. Is this a coincidence, luck, or something else? He muttered before rushing to the eastern continent. Chapter 446. A crack appeared outside a dynasty in the eastern continent, and from it came out a handsome young man with blue hair and robes. His pupils, which were vertical snake-like, looked in one direction before flying there with unbelievable speed. While in the air, the formation surrounding the city activated. However, a token on his body also activated to identify him and allow him to freely fly in the air. He rushed straight to a secluded hall in the palace. Right outside, he could hear people talking and laughing. "You are very funny. I did not know that Sierra had such a funny friend," said a mature but elegant voice. "That's right. My brother did not seem like a person who would have such a handsome friend. I mean friends at all," added a sweet, young but shy voice. Xiao Songshi took a deep breath to calm down before walking in. He saw a young man with gray eyes and hair having a very friendly conversation with his mother and little sister. And with just one look, he recognized who it was. Nevertheless, given the situation, he decided to act wisely. He placed a smile on his face, despite secretly clenching his hand underneath his robe, and pretended that his old friend had come to visit him. The four of them had a great dinner before an excuse was used for the two of them to leave and chat. "What a great family you have. Quite wonderful people," Wang Wei gestured with his hands. "Honestly, I thought your relationship with your sister would be very bad, given that you two have different fathers." "What do you want?" asked Xiao Songshi with gritted teeth. The smile on Wang Wei's face was gone as he looked at his opponent with calmness and indifference. "Does the Bash race has a star sage born in this generation?" "Yes," replied Xiao Songshi with a frown on his face. "What grade?" 3 stars. "This may not be enough. However, it is better to try," thought Wang Wei. This underscore content is taken from L World. See I need you to find something for me. By now, Xiao Songshi could already guess this person's motive. The Bash clan is a giant sea serpent demonic beast made of a variety of different bloodlines. For example, fire serpent, water serpents, and a myriad of varieties. Amongst the clan, there are 2 unique bloodlines of the Bash clan. The devouring bloodline, which is considered the main branch of the clan. Of the 4 great emperors of the Bash clan, 3 of them came from the main branch. There are rumors that the Heaven Devourer Emperor had some connections with that clan. However, most things related to devouring is rumored to be related to him, including the swallowing zone. Wang Wei would more likely believe that rumor since there are records of him entering the Forbidden Lands, and soon after that, he started his mad plan to swallow the world. Back to topic, the second most important lineage of the Bash clan is the Star Stage branch. This branch is single-handedly responsible for the current success of the Bash clan. And the reason for that is because of their innate bloodline ability, Star's Cognition. This ability is a form of divination or calculation of heaven's secrets using the power of stars. And this ability is even better since whatever question you ask, the ability will give you a definite answer. Any questions asked this ability will answer. Of course, there are restrictions. The talent is divided into 5 stars, with 1 being the smallest. And based on the grade, some questions can be answered and some cannot be answered. For example, the reason that the Bash clan has so many great emperors is that each time that 5-star bloodline appeared, they would ask it how could they cultivate a great emperor. Then, the divine ability will tell them the exact generations where they could become a great emperor, how to train their heaven-chosens at that time, who is a threat to them that need to be eliminated before the battle, and who to always keep a watch on, etc. Using this method, The Bash clan has cultivated 4 great emperors and has not failed a single time. Luckily, the Star Sage bloodline is very rare and does not always appear in each generation, and so far, only 4 5-stars bloodline has appeared. Wang Wei handed Xiao Songxi a book, and his eyes squinted after seeing the title. I need you to find out what can help me cultivate this technique. You can find the rest of this content on the L World COM platform. As he held in his hand, Xiao Songxi asked, "Aren't you afraid of me not returning it?" In response, Wang Wei just smiled. Politics is an annoying but sometimes required thing. This book can be considered another bait for him. If Xiao Songxi does not return it, he could use this excuse to intervene in the affairs of the Bash clan. And with the proper excuses, a war is justifiable and prevents other people from saying anything or intervening. Plus, it can preserve the reputation of the sect and motivate its disciples since they have a moral high ground. Although I would like to help you, the Star Sage is the most valuable asset of the Bash clan, even a 3-star one. I cannot get access to it. This is your problem, not mine, gestured Wang Wei. Xiao Songxi gritted his teeth before looking in the direction of his family. He felt the presence of that person he secretly brought disappearing. The rescue operation failed, and that person died silently and miserably. I need some time. You have 1 month, nothing more, added Wang Wei. Then, he watched Xiao Songxi fly away in frustration. Hopefully, this works, otherwise I'll be forced to try Plan B, he muttered. Plan B involved him sacrificing a lot of people as a price for that divination. And if that does not work, he will have his sect start an Emperor Dao war with one of the weak Emperor lineages and sacrifice their entire sect, including their Qi luck, Emperor formation, and artifact, as a prize for the divination. However, he did not want to do this because of much time consuming it would be and the number of resources that would be wasted in the process. After sighing to himself, he walked back to the hall. Mrs. Xiao had already arranged a room for him, so he had to thank her and informed her that her son had left since he had some very important things to manage. For the next few weeks, Wang Wei had a peaceful time. Mrs. Xiao's cooking was very good. Plus, she was a very warm person as a whole, making it very enjoyable to be around her. Then, a week before the deadline, Xiao Songxi returned with the future Buddha book and note. A painful look appeared on his face when he handed them over. Only he knew the pain and pressure he endured in the past few weeks to get that answer. Star Sage's bloodline is very important to the clan and is kept a secret. In the past, many people wanted to destroy the Bash clan because of it, especially for the 5-star bloodline, since it guarantees the cultivation of a great emperor. It was only through luck that he knew this great secret. This content is taken from L World. See, on top of that, he had to ensure that the news of him having such a scripture was hidden very well. Otherwise, if the upper echelons of the sects knew that it was in his possession, things would become even more complicated. With anticipation, Wang Wei opened the note and read it. Tai Profound Gate, Feng Hong. Although it would have been best to have more detailed information, however, having such a hint is better than nothing, thought Wang Wei, who proceeded to say goodbye to Mrs. Xiao before leaving. And not long after that, Xiao Songxi took his family and brought them back to the sea. Wang Wei was aware of all of this, but he only sneered inside. As a chess piece, Xiao Songxi has proven to be very valuable. And if he thinks that taking his family away is enough to get away from him, he was mistaken. While Wang Wei was heading in the direction of the Tai Profound Gate, he received a communication talisman from his father. What is it? He gestured to the image that projected in front of him. We cannot find Honger. Even the secret realm that she went to disappear. Even the ancestors could not find her. Even them. In that case, forget it. Since she could send me a message, she should be fine for now. Wang Wei had to caress his temple for a few minutes to calm down. Then, he changed his hair and face before infiltrating the main city underneath the mountain range where the Tai Profound Gate was located. As he walked in the city, he could see many temples where the 7 emperors of the Tai Gate were worshipped, along with many of their sages. However, these temples did not gather any incense. Instead, they disappeared after being gathered. All the people in the city had a peaceful and content atmosphere about them, and even the most ordinary mortal could probably recite a few Taoist scriptures. This underscore content is taken from L-World. Soon after visiting the city, Wang Wei knew that Feng Heng was essentially an ascetic priest and rarely left the sect. So, he needed to lure him out. As such, he left to a place not far from here. He used the karmic thread that he has had with Feng Heng since their battle in the Qi Luck trial, and through it, he transmitted a slight Buddhist aura from his chakras to him. Then he waited. Chapter 447. Beyond Wang Wei's expectations, Feng Heng did not show up immediately. No, the latter waited a month before sneaking to the place he was. Plus, he made it appear as if he just passing by and nothing else. Then, Wang Wei emerged in front of him. With a calm look on his face, Feng Heng asked, "Sacred son Wang Wei, is there something I can do for you?" Wang Wei scrutinized everything about Feng Heng, from his speech pattern to his facial expression, to his body language, to his eyes. He did not find anything odd. He could not understand why the future sect master of the Tai Profound Gate, a Taoist sect that hated Buddhism, could help him cultivate that scripture. He'll be straightforward. I received divination that you would be able to help me cultivate this peerless cultivation technique. He's not speaking? Thought Feng Heng. Is there something wrong with his voice? No. Most likely he is cultivating some sort of technique that requires him to remain silent. I should watch out for that. With his divine sense, Feng Heng could understand the hand signs and know perfectly fine what Wang Wei was saying. I think you have the wrong person. It is a Buddhist technique. Wang Wei did not detect any changes from Feng Heng even after saying that. In that case, you definitely have the wrong person. Wang Wei kept observing, but he did not find anything. Whether it was karma or a fate line, everything was normal. Isn't your reaction a bit mild? He gestured. From what I know, you people are usually very extreme when it comes to things related to Buddhism. Updated for it, L-World. Siwan Wang Wei was not lying. One of the reasons that the power of incense is not used or even frowned upon in this world is not just because of the events in the incense era. The main reason is the fact that the Tai Profound Gate would pick a fight with anyone that tried to use the power of incense. No matter who it was, even the Tao opening sect. And once they target someone, they would not stop. They were like starving dogs whose only meal was taken away from them. Because of their relentless pursuit, most sects just concluded that it was not worth it and stopped using incense, at least on the surface. Feng Heng did not respond to these words, so Wang Wei continued. In that case, let's settle everything with our fist, like usual. Do you want to fight here or go somewhere further? The place that they were in was very close to the Tai Profound Gate. Feng Heng frowned after hearing this, as he knew that a battle was inevitable and his opponent seemed determined to force out his Buddhist Tao. So, he thought about it, and a plan came to mind. After I defeat him, I could convert him into a monk. As the heir to the most powerful sect in the world, if he could secretly help me, it would be easier to condense the luck of Buddhism and spread it to the world. Then, he flew in one direction while Wang Wei followed him, with his aura locked on his opponent to prevent him from running away. With their maximum speed a few dozen times faster than light, the two traveled more than a dozen domains in just over an hour to a desolate place far away from the Tai Profound Gate. And as soon as the two landed, they did not waste time and immediately began to fight. A black and white ball appeared on Feng Heng's hand and rushed towards Wang Wei with amazing speed, who raised his hand and blocked it. Immediately, he could feel that the skins on his palms were being destroyed at an alarming rate, almost as fast as his regeneration. Interesting. Using the cycle of yin and yang to create unimaginable destruction. It's true. All paths lead to the same destination. A black and white flame came from his hand and crushed the sphere. Then, he condensed the flame into an orb that looked eerily similar to Feng Heng's attack before sending it back to him with even more speed. Did he just learn my technique and copied it using the yin-yang flame? This kid is truly a monster, thought Feng Heng. Just like Wang Wei, He raised his hand to touch the flame sphere, but then it disappeared. Visit to L-World. See OM_discover_new novels. Instantly removing the yin from the yang, creating an imbalance, and making this move useless. No, this is more than that. Intrigued, he used the same attack again. This time, there were more than 10 flame balls that rushed toward Feng Hung, who solved them with a frown on his face. He used the yin-yang eyes to see the flaws in my attack and directly targeted them. While thinking about this, he used his speed advantage to instantly appear in front of Feng Hung and punched him. However, a shield appeared on the ladder and easily blocked that attack. What a wonderful use of yin and yang, thought Wang Wei as he unleashed a barrage of punches. He could tell that his opponent used the power of yin and yang to convert the force being his punch from a strong force to its opposite, a weak force, rendering all its power useless in the process. Meanwhile, Feng Hung was not in the best state under this barrage. Although he appeared as if everything was easy, only he knew that he had to be very focused on each of the attacks. He had to be as precise as possible because if he made one mistake, he knew that his shield would not hold. Additionally, he discovered that he was lacking in terms of speed when compared to his opponent, so he had to be extra focused. Luckily, he had a wonderful pair of eyes. N.O. Suddenly, his face changed as one of the punches exploded the shield that protected him. As a last resort, he used the yin-yang escape technique before turning into a black and white light and escaping with tremendous speed. As he landed, Feng Hung had a more serious look on his face. In that last punch, he used the power of fate. As soon as I convert that attack into a weak force, he controlled the fate of that weak force and revert it to a strong force. This was a perfect application of the laws of fate with yin and yang. Did he already know how to use this technique, or did he learn it from our exchange? Feng Hung thought about it and refused to believe that it was the latter. Although he had met many incredible geniuses and even technically cultivated an eternal emperor himself, they were not that crazy to this extent. It seems that I have to be serious in this battle. Feng Hung raised his hand to use the technique, beginning of space. For more_novel, visit L-World. See OM immediately. Wang Wei felt as if time was instantly rewound in the surrounding. Then, the space became chaotic before the surroundings turned into this dark and endless zone. Returning space to its beginning, to its state before existing, returning it to chaos, muttered Wang Wei as he felt that his body was rapidly being decomposed by the primal chaos energy in the surroundings. Is this what the chaos era would have looked like? He thought before activating his innate shield. However, he could feel that this was only buying him a small amount of time. Fate restoration. Countless strings appeared from Wang Wei's body and plunged into the chaotic void. Then, the surrounding was restored to their original state. However, at that exact moment, he felt an attack coming behind him, and he dodged. Oddly, though, he was still in his left hand. Wang Wei's hand was perfectly fine, with no blood or any signs of destruction. However, this was only on the surface. He could feel that his arm had no strength whatsoever. His powerful, fleshly body was non-existent in that arm. He returned my arm to the beginning stages of my cultivation journey, right before I started cultivating. So, the essence of the absolute beginning sutra might time. Without hesitation, Wang Wei exploded his arm and instantly regrew one, but to his surprise, the arm was still weak. So, he used the power of fate to restore them to their original shape and power. While Wang Wei was doing this, Feng Hung was assaulted by countless strings. There were so many of them, and they were so fast that they did not give him any time to react or go on the offensive. All he could think about was why this guy was so fast. Plus, he could tell that his fate would be sealed if caught by these strings. And when he tried using his yin-yang shield, these strings would instantly annihilate them. Then, a black shield appeared to protect him, the shield of absolute beginning. Anything that touched it will be turned to its original state, to its beginning state of non-existence. As he developed the yin-yang eyes to the point of seeing the future, the Feng Hung I met was not this talented at using his physique. It could even be said that he was even mediocre. No, at that time, he claimed that he did not have yin-yang eyes. Something is indeed wrong with this guy. Updated _ at World. COM. Chapter 448. Wang Wei made a sword finger before making a slashing motion. Fate cutting. A sword slash rushed toward Feng Heng. It was so fast that his ability to predict the future was almost useless. Even his shield of absolute beginning was useless. That slash seemed to cut off the fate of the shield and annihilate it. However, Feng Heng took the small window of opportunity that the shield bought him to dodge in time. However, the moment he appeared a few meters away from his previous location, Wang Wei also appeared, and in an instant, he touched all four of his limbs. Destiny of death. In an instant, all four of Feng Heng's limbs began to decay and turned old before disappearing. Moreover, even the origin essence inside his body was affected by the concept of death and disappeared. Meanwhile, his soul seemed to have aged countless years, making it weak and slow to process information. Feng Heng knew that if the opponent was not trying to capture him, he might have suffered severe damage in that attack. As he watched Wang Wei's hand reach out to grab him, Feng Heng did not fluster as the situation was not as bad as it appeared. A dragon made of flame and one made of ice appeared to surround him. Then, they instantly combined before exploding. Fire-ice unbalance. The explosion created an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers with an alternation of ice and fire. One moment, it was so cold that even space could freeze. Then the next, it was so hot that space itself was melting. Wang Wei was not hurt by the explosion, but he was still pushed away far away enough to buy his opponent enough time. Taking this opportunity, Feng Heng could help himself. Beginning of self. Using this technique, he returned his body to the beginning of the battle before he was injured. With this technique, he should have returned to his prime state, including his origin essence and primordial spirit. However, he discovered that something was hindering his healing and technique. The Duyi realm? Damn it, how annoying. The most up-to-date NOV_Ls are published here L-World. Then, a mysterious force came out of his body to remove that power that prevented him from healing. Interesting. You have also entered the Duyi realm, gestured Wang Wei. And yet, I have never heard of the Tai profound gate withstanding divine punishment thunder. You are indeed hiding many secrets. Feng Heng, who was back to his peak state, had a frown on his face. This battle has proven to be more difficult than I anticipated. The longer we fight, the more I'm forced to reveal my secrets, and in the long run, it is not worth it. So, should I run away? With his method capable of even hiding from great emperors, if he wanted to run away from this fight, no one could stop him. However, there will be repercussions afterward. Feng Heng could tell that this sacred son was a determined person, and if he decided to use all his sect power to search and pester him, the Tai profound gate might become suspicious. And currently, the identity of the Tao child was very beneficial to his plans. As such, it was not worth losing it. Young Master Wang Wei, if you only need a way to cultivate a Buddhist scripture, I may have a method. Wang Wei remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Feng Heng took out a piece of paper from his space ring and sent it over. After looking at it, Wang Wei frowned. This was a contract of the highest order stating that in exchange for his help, Wang Wei will not reveal some of the information he learned in this battle to other people. After seeing this, Wang Wei began to contemplate whether it was better to just use force to capture his opponent instead. However, after mulling it over, he decided otherwise. His intuition told him that he could defeat his opponent, but he might not be able to prevent him from escaping. Since there was a less risky method, why not use it instead? So, after checking for loopholes in the contract, he signed it. Without saying anything else, Feng Heng sent a space ring to him, and after checking inside, he found a small world with countless Buddhist scriptures. There were so many of them that it could compare to his sect's Tibetan scripture hall. So, he gave a strange look at Feng Heng. Fortunate encounter, he replied softly, then bowed in salute before flying away. You can _ find the rest of this _ content on the L World. COM platform. Although it would have been very beneficial to convert him into our sect, it is not worth it to reveal my secrets. Plus, he is a walking dead man anyway. Now that I have found a luck-condensing treasure for Tao Buddhism, I can begin the plan for the Buddha world. With my understanding of the absolute beginning art and that treasure, I should be able to neglect Lu Taishuang's magic in a specific area. And Li Taishuang is the absolute beginning emperor's real name. Meanwhile, Wang Wei watched Feng Hung fly away while also deep in thought. This person has too many secrets. Most likely, his main Tao is not the absolute beginning, but yin and yang. So, he might even have the power of absolute end, but he did not use it in this battle. On top of all that, his techniques were too powerful in effect and refined to be only in the level of primordial spirit. So, he is most likely in the void-shattering realm like Lin Fan, if not higher. Yet, my eyes could not detect any power of law. That could only mean two things. His control of the law is so superb that he can hide even under my eyes, or he has a very excellent secret technique to hide their fluctuation, or maybe a combination of the two. Plus, I want to know how he entered the Duyi realm. Hopefully, this will answer some of my questions. Wang Wei had an orb in his hand with a white mist inside. This orb contained Feng Hung's memories. Just like he did to DT on, he secretly took some of the latter's memories. The process was more difficult than appeared, since the yin-yang eyes can not only see the future, but even see the secrets of the world. Wang Wei had to be extremely cautious to secretly get that memory. He did not read Feng Hung's fate line. Instead, when he was using the destiny of death on his soul, he used the moment he was distracted to go into his brain and used a technique to get the information. The main reason he succeeded is because of cultivator's cognitive bias. Memories are stored both in the soul and the body brain. However, because of how powerful they are, cultivators focus more on the soul and neglect the brain. This is the reason that cultivators will instinctively defend themselves if someone tried to search their soul for information, but would react relatively slow if the same method was applied to their brains. It is because of this bias that Li Jun was able to gather memories from someone as powerful as DT On. Without hesitation, he read the memory, and he was shocked by what he saw. So, the real Feng Hung's body was taken over by some old monks that survived from the incense era. A lot of things began to make sense now. This underscore content is taken from L World. Kami finally understood why he received the future Buddha scroll. His theory is that some powerful being is investing in individuals in advance. That way, if they can prove the Tao one day, as long as they help Feng Hung spread Buddhism in the lower dimension, they can repay their karma. This is a plot to deal with the absolute beginning emperor and ensure the revival of Buddhism in the lower dimension. Well, I don't mind helping if I can, but only after I get through this trial. However, this Feng Hung is not a simple character. Yin and Yang, Taoism and Buddhism. He is more of a threat than he appeared. During this fight, Wang Wei was never truly serious. He barely used his fleshly body and only used his fate-related technique. However, the same could also be said of his opponent, if his conjectures are correct. He then looked at his surrounding, which was perfectly intact. The two of them were fighting close to the atmosphere to prevent a lot of damage. However, even the ones done to the space were healed up without much effort. This is the difference between lower-level worlds and higher ones. With sufficient world sources, they can usually heal the damage done by powerful cultivators when needed. After looking around, Wang Wei returned home, and once he was there, he almost encountered another problem. The absolute beginning magic activated everything he tried to read one of these scriptures. Even the formation that could hide from heavenly Tao proved to be useless against that magic. In the end, he was prepared to go to the Western Pure Bliss land once again to hide. However, he discovered that the future Buddha scroll could release an aura that negated the spell. So he was relieved, albeit not too long. It took him more than a month to use all his spirit particles to read and understand all these esoteric scriptures. As a result, he was now a very knowledgeable monk and could even have a serious debate with any Buddhist monk on the scriptures. Additionally, these scriptures, which contain the truth and understanding of the laws of the universe, opened his eye and vision. His state of mind had a small sublimation, and he even learned a few small Buddhist techniques in the process. More importantly, Buddhism has a great deal of knowledge and understanding of karma, which greatly helped Wang Wei. However, he was not focused on these things for now. Right after he was done reading, he could now read all the words in the scroll without any problem. However, he discovered an even bigger issue. He needed a Buddhist Tao heart to cultivate this technique. Technically, he could learn a little from this scripture even if he did not cultivate it. However, for his plan to work, he would need to understand and use this technique to its full capacity. Is someone trying to convert me to Buddhism? For more novel, visit L-World. He shook his head since that would not happen unless of his own volition. He already had an idea of how to deal with this situation. Over the years, he had encountered a few powerful cultivation techniques that required a specific Tao heart. His father's Absolute Cut Sutra required a Tao heart dedicated to the sword. The Origin Pill Flame scripture required one for the pill Tao, and even the Gluttony Swallowing scripture did not fit him perfectly since he was not a devil cultivator. Now, he will use this opportunity to deal with this situation once and for all. Chapter 449. Inside the Secret Realm, Wang Wei set up countless arrays with the help of a gorgeous yet mature woman. Her every move exuded a powerful charm despite not trying. Thank you once again, Matriarch Su. Young master, there is no need to thank me. Honestly, I don't think you needed my help, replied Su Xiang, the matriarch of the demon fox race. She wore a light red hanfu, had very long and luscious black hair, and a small mole on her chin accentuated her beauty. Her eyes were as clear as the purest of water, and yet, with just one look, she could bring any man to his knees. In Wang Tian's generation, she held the title of the most beautiful woman of that generation. How could you say that? Your help has been precious and appreciated. Wang Wei then escorted her out after a few pleasantries. With it, I should be able to create my ever-changing Tao heart, he thought as he watched the array. In a myriad emperor world, the Tao heart is significant to all cultivators. Before entering the void-shattering realm, they have to temper their Tao heart through the road of the heart. The seventh realm of cultivation is not called void-shattering because cultivators can use the power of law to break the space. No, it references the Buddhist ideology or state of mind of achieving emptiness or void and transcending it. The Qiuan emperor took ideas from both Taoism and Buddhism when creating the origin system. Because the road of the heart can help cultivators temper their Tao hearts, the idea of doing so in the early stages is not very prominent in the myriad emperor world. It has become normal or a part of the culture to wait for people to reach that realm to temper their Tao heart. Wang Wei's pagoda trials were such a big deal when first created because he challenged the norm. Most sects have basic formation or secret realms to temper Tao heart, and they will even test the new disciple's natural Tao heart before entering the sect. However, it is not as focused or detailed as the pagoda that Wang Wei made. Visit to L-World. Discover _new novels. Many people, including the Saint Realm elders, could benefit after the sect built the pagoda. Additionally, many other factions with the means copied them and created their version of the pagoda. Wang Wei took a deep breath to remove all these thoughts from his mind and sealed most of the power of his soul before entering the array. In a small temple at the foot of a mountain, a monk with no hair, wearing a yellow and purple cassock, opened the door to prepare for morning rituals. However, he saw a baby in a basket as he looked down. Another one? How turbulent has this world become? After shaking his head, the monk picked up the baby and immediately realized that it was not crying despite being awakened. He injected his internal strength into its body to check if something was wrong. His throat is not formed correctly? No wonder his parents abandoned him. The monk did not do his morning ritual, but instead brought the child up the mountain to hand him over. A special department took the baby in to raise him and all the other orphans of the temple. 5 years passed, and this baby was now an infant. He is pretty famous amongst the young monk in his generation for 3 reasons. He never speaks a word, despite being capable. The children knew that he was born with a throat defect. However, the temple used internal strength to fix it over time. Nevertheless, the young monk never spoke a word. Many children wanted to bully him about his disability, which is where the second reason for his fame came. This young monk had an unnatural talent for battle. No matter how many children attacked him at once, he would always be victorious in their confrontation. Many people believed that he would be a great warrior in the future. And the last reason for his fame was how handsome he was, even with no hair. Today was a special day for all the little monks. All of them lined up before entering the Harmony Hall, and the ones that left would have genuine smiles on their faces. After a few minutes of waiting, the non-speaking mon entered the hall, where another older monk was patiently waiting. The young monk knelt to the altar in the middle of the room and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he lit up many incenses, updated in a L-world. See him afterward. He looked at the old monk, who proceeded to say, "From now on, your name will be Xianzhong. Forsake your mundane name and karmic connection with it." Xianzhong bowed his head to accept his new name. "Amongst all these Xian generation disciples, I am most optimistic about you." Xianzhong just nodded his head without saying much. After this ceremony, all the children can now learn how to read and write and, more importantly, learn martial arts. Xianzhong displayed a genius level of intellect as he learned more than 3,000 characters in over a month. However, he appeared not interested in martial arts, despite the talent previously shown during training. However, he was very interested in the scriptures in the Tibetan hall. Every day, after martial art practice, he would rush inside and read all the scriptures until bedtime. 10 years passed, and many people worried about Xianzhong. After mastering the primary body strengthening method, he never studied any martial arts again, including the internal strength method. Xianzhong would wake up at 5 a.m. to have a light vegetarian breakfast before heading to the Tibetan hall to read scriptures, which would last until the afternoon when he would go to the cafeteria to eat a heavy vegetarian meal before returning to the hall again to continue reading. He would return to his quarters at midnight to sleep and repeat the cycle. This routine never stopped in the past 10 years. Many people came to convince him, but to no avail. Nevertheless, Xianzhong still displayed a high level of extraordinary. He could debate all the monks in the temple regarding the scriptures and be the victor, including the Lane Temple abbot. Additionally, his understanding of martial arts could be considered otherworldly. After seeing them a few times, he could instantly understand any internal strength methods or skills and even guide the other monks in their training. After learning this fact, the abbot decided to leave Xianzhong alone and let him do as he pleased. He also prevented others from disturbing him and even acquired more scriptures for him from the outside. The season changed every year, repeating an eternal cycle. It has been 60 years since the baby with the deformed throat arrived in this temple. This underscore content is taken from L-World. See, Omen, the impact his existence had on this short stay could not be explained in a few words. However, today was a strange day for the Lane Temple, and that is because the reverent monk Xianzhong, called Buddha Reincarnate, walked out of the temple for the first time. The new abbot, which was from the Xian generation, rushed to meet him on his way with a worried look on his face. In the past 6 decades, the Lane Temple has grown into one of the most potent forces of Jianghu because of Xianzhong, so he needed to know what was going on. "Senior brother, where are you going?" asked the abbot. Then, numerous golden words appear before them, almost scaring him to death. "DD divine ability," he stuttered. He knew that his senior brother never once cultivated internal strength. And even if he did, he should not be able to accomplish such a feat. The abbot took a deep breath to calm himself down before reading the floating golden words. "The world is in turmoil, and I'm going down the mountain to relieve people of their suffering. This is my mission, so please do not stop me." The abbot hesitated for a while after hearing this. Then he clenched his teeth before saying, "In that case, let some temple monks go with you to help." Xianzhong did not say a word as he continued his journey down the mountain. He was now an older man with a long gray beard, and yet his body was still healthy as he did stop practicing the primary body tempering method as exercise. He headed for the closest town near the temple. Everything seemed relatively normal, but Xianzhong knew that it was because the Lane Temple protected these people. As he walked further from the temple, he finally witnessed the world's suffering. People had little to no food to eat, their homes were destroyed because of the war, and men were forcibly enlisted in the army. After the army or rebels conquered some cities, the innocent civilians were either raped or brutally murdered. Even children were not spared. The little wealth they had remaining was plundered, leaving some of the lucky survivors with nothing. Full_out, current_novel on L World. Soon for the next year, Xianzhong did not do anything besides walk all over the world. His main goal was to understand the world's suffering before he could fix it. The only thing he would do was bury the people and pray in front of their graves. The temple monks who secretly followed him were puzzled by his behavior, but Xianzhong did not care about them. And after a year of travel, he finally took action. Chapter 450. Xianzhong slowly walked to the nearest battlefield between one of the most powerful warlords in this chaotic era. He stood on a small hill watching the battle from afar. The once luscious plain was not full of corpses and blood, with a deathly aura contaminating the surroundings. Numerous soldiers in armors confronted one another. Mighty martial artists served as generals and faced each other. After a brief observation, Xianzhong walked toward the middle of the battlefield. However, after taking a few steps, 5 monks appeared in front of him. They bowed before one of them said, "Reverend, this is a dangerous place. Please, do not interfere." Xianzhong glanced at these people, and to their horrors, they discovered that they could not move, even if they mobilized all their inner strength. Then, the monk proceeded to his destination. Once he arrived at the battlefield, Xianzhong did something that shocked all the 5 monks who could not move. He flew to the sky like a free bird with wings. Then, an enormous illusory image of a golden Buddha manifested behind Xuan's hand, alerting all the people fighting in this war. The gold Buddha raised his hand to cover the entire battlefield. Golden light came from his hand and passed through the bodies of all the soldiers and generals. Contrary to many people's beliefs, this golden light did not hurt a single soul. Instead, it washed away their minds and spirits. It made them contemplate their actions in the past few years to determine whether it was good or bad. All the people involved in this war reflected their karmic virtues and karmic sins. Xianzhong landed on the ground before walking away. As some people watched his departure back, one soldier dropped his weapon and removed his armor before following. Soldiers dropped their weapons and armors to follow Xianzhong. Just like dominoes, after one person did this, many followed. Some generals tried to stop them, but the soldiers ignored them, not succumbing to threats. Many of the generals on both sides also dropped their weapons and followed. News of this event spread quickly throughout the world. However, not many people believed it. After all, this is a world of martial art. How would Buddha manifest divine ability to save the world? This news was pure nonsense, at least to the majority of people. However, that sentiment changed when Xianzhong walked to the next battlefield with more than 100,000 people following him. He manifested the golden Buddha to suppress both armies before leaving, just as he previously did. Visit L World. COM for the best known experience. Then plenty of people began to follow him to his next destination. News of this incredible journey of enlightenment spread throughout the world, catching the attention of numerous people from all walks of life. Martial artists from Jianghu came to challenge Xianzhong for fame or honor. However, they would be rendered immobile with one look from him. Then, some of them will follow him while others will run away. Some people came asking to save their friends and families. Xianzhong would save the majority of people asking for help. With a wave of his hand, a golden light appeared to heal all types of injuries or diseases. Unfortunately, he would refuse the others. When questioned for a reason, he would look at these people deep into their eyes. Then, they would lower their heads before leaving or joining him on his journey. Xuanzang's deed caught the attention of numerous people with malice, mostly the 5 most influential warlords and the royal family. So, they would use shameful tactics to eliminate him, whether it was an assassination or trying to hold his followers hostage. Unfortunately, the fate of all the people who attacked him was the same. They either ran away or became his followers. As such, Xuanzang's journey became smoother. Using his powerful divine ability, he conquered the army of all the 5 warlords before cleaning up the smaller and weaker rebels. By then, his legend or deeds were known to the whole world, especially when some people noticed that all his followers never hungered, became ill, or had any pain from the nonstop walking. Xianzhong became a living Buddha in the minds of all living beings. After quelling the rebellions, Xianzhong headed to the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. Millions of people were now following him. So once he arrived at the gate of the Forbidden City, the guards opened the door for him without any resistance. Even the Forbidden Army that protected the palace also surrendered. The next day, an imperial decree came from the court telling the people that the current people would abdicate the throne and a new emperor would take his place. And Reverend Xianzhong will be the next prime minister of the Great Zhou dynasty. After taking office, Xianzhong made it his mission to make Great Zhou and the entire world a better place. He enacted laws that protected the people, ensured that they had enough food, removed corrupted officials, and increased productivity. He single-handedly created a golden era for the Great Zhou. The most up-to-date NOV_Ls are published here, L-World. COM Xuanzhong took 20 years to bring peace and prosperity to the world, and once his task was finished, he resigned his position as the prime minister before returning to the Lane Temple. Inside the Tibetan hall, 2 older men sat cross-legged on cushions facing one another. "Senior brother, why did you come back?" asked the aging abbot. "I have come to repay karma to the temple," gestured Xianzhong with his hands. The abbot frowned a little before asking, "How so? Haven't you all wanted to know how I became so powerful? I will tell you." The abbot was a little embarrassed, but he quickly hid it. In the past few decades, the temple tried extremely hard to find the source of Xuanzang's power. Many people believe that he might have discovered some supreme technique from all the scriptures in the Tibetan hall, so they searched thoughtfully, but discovered nothing. Ignoring his junior brother's mood, Xianzhong explained the source of his power to him. The power of the soul? Through constant meditation and enlightenment of the scriptures, the soul can be sublimated to be able to borrow the power of heaven and earth, muttered the abbot softly before smiling wryly. That may sound simple, but how many people had the discipline and mental fortitude to dedicate most of their lives to deep meditation and reading scriptures? Additionally, a certain level of understanding is required to comprehend all this esoteric knowledge. Xianzhong took out a booklet from his cassock to hand to the abbot. The book contained a more systemic technique of cultivating the soul, similar to an internal strength method. Then, he stood up and left without hesitation. He no longer owed the temple anything. In the past decades, they have used his rise to become the most powerful force on Jianghu. Luckily, the abbot knew not to do anything terrible under his name. After leaving the temple, Xianzhong began another journey throughout the world. This time, he contemplated his life to better understand himself, or the higher self in Buddhism. Xianzhong knew that he was unique. He had reincarnated in this world. Unfortunately, he did not have the memories of his previous life. Visit L-World. COM. For the best known experience, he knew that he took an oath of silence, and he should keep it even in this reincarnation. Second, his purpose in this world was to study Buddhism and find its essence. So, he devoted himself to this cause so that one day, maybe he could remember his past life and truly knows who he was. After traveling for another 2 decades and being further enlightened on the scriptures, Xianzhong finally reached the end of his life. He sat cross-legged on a mountain peak while looking at the rising sun. His aging body appeared healthy despite how frail it truly was. All the events of his life flashed across Xuantang's mind as he thought to himself, I have understood the words of Buddha and became enlightened. I have understood the sea of suffering that the mundane world and brought peace and prosperity to the people, freeing them from their suffering. I have transcended all earthly desires and am at peace with myself. I have Buddha in my heart, so I am Buddha. A golden lotus suddenly appeared above Xianzhong before entering his sea of consciousness. Immediately, a sense of wisdom or clarity appeared in his eyes. Finally succeeded? Thought Wang Wei as he looked at the golden lotus circling his primordial spirit. However, I cannot immediately absorb this Tao heart seed. Otherwise, it could lead to conflict with me. I need something to serve as a catalyst. After thinking about this, he waved his hand, and the entire world broke apart, and he opened his eyes underneath the illusion array. He checked, and, as expected, the lotus seed was still there. Without hesitation, he entered the array once again. Great Xia Dynasty, Red Flame Prefecture, Blood Azura Sect. Today was a momentous one for many of the servant disciples as they finally got to study cultivation techniques. As long as they can make some achievements, they can become outer disciples and increase their status in the sect. After all, power was essential for survival in a devil sect's cruel and hell-like place. Visit to L World. COM Discover_new novels. Chapter 4:51. Many disciples lined up at the cultivation hall as they were only allowed to enter with a group of a certain number. Amongst them stood an individual that was very noticeable as all the others stood a few meters away from him. He was a handsome young man dressed in a red robe. However, someone appeared to have sewed his mouth together, leaving barely enough motion to place small pieces of food inside his mouth. There are rumors that he did it himself. Nevertheless, this act gave him a fierce and eerie vibe. As a result, he was infamous amongst the servants because of how fierce he was. Anyone who tried to make fun of him or bully him for his sewed mouth would suffer a terrible beating until they were a bloody pulp. Mo Wei ignored the people that were giving him strange looks. He used the fear people had of him to get in the front line. So after 30 minutes, it was his turn, so he entered. He could only access the first floor as a servant disciple, while the remaining 4 were prohibited. So he only browsed through that section. Most of the cultivation techniques inside were ordinary, so Mo Wei took one that was more suitable for him before leaving. Back to his quarters, he immediately began to cultivate. His roommate was scared of him, so he ran away. He did not mind since now he had more space to himself. Mo Wei sat cross-legged to enter a state of deep meditation. He needed to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to enter the Qi gathering stage. This process took him 3 days. Then, he left the house to get something to eat. While on his way, he listened to the conversation of the passing disciples. Have you heard? Ji Su has already reached the second layer peak of the Qi gathering realm. It's only been 3 days. That's the difference in talent between each disciple. I have not even gathered my first ray of Qi yet, let alone reach the first layer. As expected, my talent is quite mediocre, even amongst the servants, thought Mo Wei. This will become a problem. He knew Ji Su as the two of them once had a conflict. He used his instinct for battle to beat the latter to the point that even his mother could not recognize him. However, now, things might be different. After eating in the cafeteria, Mo Wei did not return to his quarter, but secretly headed to the nearby forest. He spent a few hours searching for different herbs while ensuring that he did not go too deep into the forest. He did not want to meet a magical beast. After returning home, Mo Wei mixed the herbs into 2 different portions. One was a paste, and the other a powder. Around midnight, he placed the paste all over his body while taking the other with him. He then secretly traveled to one of the quarters. The paste on his body lowered his presence to the maximum. So once he approached, no one noticed him or heard him. Mo Wei took a bamboo tube and poked a hole through the paper-made window before blowing the powder inside. To be safe, he blew a few more handfuls and waited outside. Half a minute later, he heard a thumping sound, but he did not immediately go inside. He waited another 10 minutes before forcefully opening the door. Mo Wei watched a young disciple on the floor. He crouched down to check his pulse with a knife in his other hand, ready to attack at any moment. After ensuring that this person was genuinely unconscious, he nodded in satisfaction. Full purpose on the L world. See you on platform. It was indeed a great idea to become a servant to the alchemy hall. Mo Wei picked up the body, checked the surroundings, and removed all his traces before leaving. He did not return to his quarter, but headed to a secret base that he had dug out for 5 years. He ensured that the small traps he laid out as an alarm did not activate before entering. The base contained many vials of medicine and herbs, a lot of strange metal equipment, a bed in the middle, and a bunch of books. After placing the body on the bed, Mo Wei did not waste time as he began to use his equipment. Ever since I failed the entrance examination and became a servant, I knew that I had to find a way to make up for my lack of talent. Hopefully, you provide me with the answer I need. Without hesitation, he began to open the body on the bed. After seeing that it was awakening because of the pain, Mo Wei administered a higher dose. He did not finish until almost morning and returned to his quarter. For the next year, the servant disciples are free to cultivate with only a few chores. With his reputation, Mo Wei would force some other disciples to do his assignment while he focused on cultivating. In the following year, many servant disciples mysteriously disappeared, and most of them displayed some level of talent. A deacon from the outer sect came to check, but he only spent 30 minutes searching before giving up. In a devil sect, the servant disciples were the least appreciated. No matter how many died, a new batch could replace them. After a year, the disciples who reach the 7th layer of Qi Gathering Realm will have a competition, and the most powerful ones can enter the outer sect. Mo Wei barely managed to enter the 7th layer. Through his experiments, he did not find the source of talent. That was something out of his current ability. If he only relied on his mediocre aptitude, he would have never reached that realm in just a year. However, through understanding the human body, he created a few techniques to make his cultivation more efficient. Plus, he discovered that he could take some spiritual energy from the bodies of others and absorb them after purification. The Assure blood sect divided the servant disciples into regions, and during the tournament, all the qualified disciples from the different areas would participate. Only a few people from Mo Weiss region participated due to all the disappearances, but only he passed. And only 3 people with cultivation in the 7th layer passed. Mo Wei passed because he had a high comprehension despite his lack of cultivation talent. He trained his sword skill to a very high level. Mo Wei knew his circumstances. After the tournament, he decided to enter the alchemy hall. At age 10, the sect tested all the disciples for their talent. The qualified one immediately joined the outer sect. Cultivation can only begin at the age of 15, so the outer sect disciples started cultivated at the same time as the servants. However, in the 5 years absent, they learned body refining methods to establish a strong foundation for their future cultivation. So, the gap between natural outer sect disciples and those who joined from servants was vast. Adding to that, Mo Weiss' mediocre talent. He knew that only through pills would he have a chance at reaching higher realms. After entering the alchemy hall, Mo Wei shone a little. His talent for pill making was slightly displayed. Although he hid the full extent of his talent, he managed to draw the right amount of attention. Using the resources in the hall, he reached the 10th layer of the Qi Gathering Realm, which was the peak. Unfortunately, he failed his attempt to enter the Dao Foundation stage. New novel _tours are published here. L World. See, luckily, he was prepared in advance and only suffered a minor backlash. After this attempt, Mo Wei realized that his qi was full of impurities, hence the reason for his failure. So, he raised enough money to buy a few impurity-removing pills. Unfortunately, even after doing that, he still failed his second attempt. It was then that he realized the limitation of his talent. He knew that he would probably forever be unable to reach a higher stage of cultivation. He refused to accept this cruel fact. He wanted a way to break through. He dedicated his life to finding a method for the next 50 years. As a peak Qi gathering stage cultivator, he had a lifespan of 120 years old, so he still had time. He gathered as much knowledge possible from the Blood Azura clan. And in this time, his fame as a talented Grade 1 alchemist spread out. He even became known as the best Grade 1 alchemist in the sections. Many people lamented that if it were not for his poor cultivation talent, once he entered the Tao Foundation stage, his talent would also shine and be more valued by the sect. In his 60s, Mo Wei finally created a method. He invented a pill that would steal someone else's foundation and gives it to him. The next step was to choose the right target. He knew the importance of a high-grade foundation, so Mo Wei decided to take risks and go after one of the inner disciples with a Grade 9 foundation. However, these geniuses usually have mighty masters and life-saving methods. So, the usual way would not work. So, Mo Wei used all his savings to pay 2 core essence cultivators to capture the chosen disciple. He used another agency as a medium to ensure his privacy and that no complications occurred. After all, these agencies relied heavily on their reputation. Mo Wei entered the Tao Foundation realm with the pill, unfortunately, with only a Grade 7 foundation. He understood that his impure qi dragged him down, but there was nothing he could do despite his disappointment. Unfortunately, Mo Wei once again had to face more disappointment. His foundation did not change his talent, but only granted him a higher battle strength than usual. So, to cultivate in the Tao Foundation realm, he still had to rely on his poor talent. He returned to his old roots with no choice, using pills and refining people's qi. At the same time, he had to hide from other people his breakthrough. He did not reveal it until 20 years later. And when he asked, he only said that he had a fortunate encounter and no one suspected him, especially after displaying that he was a Grade 2 alchemist. When Mo Wei secretly reached the peak of his current realm, he knew that he had no chance of entering the core essence realm on his own. His foundation dropped from Grade 7 to Grade 3. As such, he needed a new method. He knew that there was a rare physique called Pure Lotus Physique, and if he could use that person as a cauldron, he could purify his qi and enter the next realm. So, he went to search for it. He paid an extravagant sum of money to Ask Information Agency to help him with his search, and it was only 30 years later that he succeeded and found a woman in a small sect with that physique. The aura of core essence emanated from Mo Wei's body. Then, he lowered his head to look at the dead young girl with blood all over her body. In this world, there are 2 types of devil cultivators. The first one is the people who let negative emotions overwhelm their minds. They act on impulse, killing and destroying everything simply for the rush that power brings them. These cultivators can be considered earth devils. Full_out, current_novel on L World. COM, the second one, is the cultivators that use cruel and extreme ways to supplement their cultivation. They use vicious methods to help them with their lack of talents. They understand the concept of taking away from heaven and earth to supplement the self. These people are heavenly devils. Using extreme methods is only a means to an end for them, not the means itself. Mo Wei could not help but reflect on his cultivation journey. He often had to use foreign aids or methods to help him on his cultivation journey, and he knew many other devils like this. This was the essence of the devil path. Unfortunately, it has been twisted with time. However, there should be another type of devil. Maybe after understanding it, I will finally understand who I am. After his breakthrough, Mo Wei returned to Blood Azura sect. However, he did not reveal his cultivation realm this time. However, he secretly began to study array while continuing his status as the outer sect elder. 100 years later, he reached the peak of the core essence realm. However, he was a frail older man who could survive this long because of life-extending pills to the outside world. When many people thought that Mo Wei would finally die, something shocking occurred. A terrifying formation that surrounded the entire Blood Azure sect appeared and absorbed the blood, soul, and energy of all the disciples, elders, and sect master. Even the half-step soul, manifestation ancestor of the sect, did not survive. And the person responsible for all of this was Mo Wei. With this method, he reached the soul manifestation realm in one swoop. Immediately after that, he left the sect to pursue higher stages of cultivation. He guessed that maybe, after reaching the peak of the world, he might find the other classification of the devil. So began the legendary tale of the sewed-mouth devil. Mo Wei used any means necessary to reach the top of the cultivation world. Finally, he conquered the world as a whole and gathered its luck to become an immortal, the first and only one in existence. One day, he stood on top of that highest mountain between heaven and earth. And as he stood on top of the world, both physically and spiritually, he finally understood what the other devil is. True devils? A being that does not want to be restricted or placed into a mold. If they desire to spread chaos and destruction, they will. If they want to be benevolent, they can be. After being mistreated by heaven and earth, they want to rebel. They want to be free. They can change and mold themselves to adapt to any situation, to fit any roles. They are ever-changing. They want freedom. The methods of heavenly devils are nothing but a way to accomplish their main goal. It is the means to their end. As soon as he comprehended this, many strange memories rushed into his mind. It turns out that my goal of becoming free and unfettered is somewhat related to devil cultivators. Wang Wei understood that if he were in a world full of different paths like Buddhist, Taoist, immortal, or God, he would be classified as a devil because of his goal. The source of this underscore chapter, L World. See, Omani being who does not want to be restricted by things like morality, etiquette, and other things that exist between heaven and earth can be considered a true devil. However, he did not care that much about this. With the true devil Tao heart seed that is ever-changing, capable of molding into different things, he should be able to fuse all the others. And that was all he cared about currently. Chapter 452. Wang Wei opened his eyes in the secret realm with another seed floating around his primordial spirit. This Tao heart seed resembled countless faces that keep changing non-stop. One moment, it displays a happy look, then next a ferocious one, afterward a benevolent one, etc. True devil who? I wonder about the connection between devil cultivators and the devil race, thought Wang Wei. According to records, devil cultivators originated from the devil era when some cultivators wanted to acquire the power of the devil race to defend against them. However, from Wang Wei's understanding, devil cultivators might have existed way before. Someone definitely wanted to use extreme methods at some point to make up for their deficiency, thus walking the path of the heavenly demon. He guessed that there were no records of devil cultivators before then, most likely because Buddhism wiped them out in the incense era. As for the devil race, Wang Wei believed that there was definitely a true devil amongst them, and maybe even behind the entire invasion. As a race born to feed on negative karma, they're also highly bound by karma. So, it is not far-fetched that some people wanted to revolt against their fate. Thinking of this, Wang Wei suddenly realized that many of the events of history that he learned might not be precisely true. For example, how did the Golden Ape Emperor almost conquer the Myriad Emperor world? From records, we know that he was extremely powerful, albeit no specific answer about his emperor class. But there are still some things that do not add up. It is stated in the records that after proving the Tao, the human emperor had a legendary battle with the Golden Ape Emperor. However, the human emperor was an eternal emperor, so how could the Golden Ape be so powerful? Was he a pseudo-eternal emperor? If that was true, the cultivators in the ancient emperor era could never have lasted long enough to resist the Golden Ape Emperor, unless there were other factors at play. Wang Wei guessed in that era that there were not as many Dao ancestors, immortal venerables, and even emperor lineages compared to now. Additionally, there probably was no insurgent heaven chosen in such an early development of this world's cultivation civilization. These should have given the Golden Ape Emperor an advantage, but it should not be enough. The biggest problem is the human emperor himself. He created a formation that allowed him to fight a great emperor while in the quasi-emperor realm. Updated in L-World. Wang Wei might have believed this fact in the past, but his current self had a rough idea of the vast difference between quasi-emperors and the lowliest third-class emperor. And yet, the human emperor was able to make up the gap between a possible first-class emperor like the Golden Ape. Things were not adding up. Such a formation did not exist in the myriad emperor world, at least according to his understanding. And even if it did, no mortal could ever withstand such enormous power and control it properly. Plus, if it did exist, wouldn't it have been better to let a Dao ancestor or immortal venerable at that time use it instead of a quasi-emperor? That would make more sense. And this is not the only problem with the history that he learned. According to records, the devil race conquered most of the lower dimension at some point. And honestly, Wang Wei found this a little far-fetched. Honestly, he believed that an eternal emperor might be capable of accomplishing such a task, with extreme cautions and planning. However, the moment that they live, things will revert to normal. And yet, with only the 9 devil gods, the devil race accomplished such a thing. Additionally, Wu Hong told him that the 9 devil gods interfered in her heavenward battle, and based on Wang Wei's understanding, this should not be possible. To be precise, this act should not be allowed. Wang Wei had short enlightenment in the world's order, so he understood how significant the heavenward battle was. And if great emperors could temper with that battle, a terrible situation where the heaven will of the lower dimension is privatized would occur, thus essentially ruining the foundation of the entire universe. Heavenly Tao would never allow anyone to interfere in heavenward battle. Maybe Heavenly Tao itself cannot prevent some powerful great emperors, but the true Heavenly Tao can. Wu Hong once mentioned this term to him, and although she did not tell him exactly what it was, he could guess. The true Heavenly Tao is the one that governs the laws and regulations of the upper dimension, where all the emperors, empyreans, and paragons are. And the Heavenly Taos of different worlds in the lower dimension are merely branches of the main one. Wang Wei could only imagine how powerful such an existence was. After all, it did manage to place some restraints on beings like great emperors and empyreans, and maybe even paragons. Such a powerful entity should have no problem managing a few of the devil gods, yet it did not do so. Either something was wrong during that time, or Wang Wei is overthinking about this. It is possible that I'm overthinking this. However, there is nothing wrong with seeing things with a little skepticism, especially when the human emperor might also be a transmigrator like myself. Updated on L-World. After thinking about all these briefly, he decided to focus on his main task. He understood that the victor wrote history, and embellishing some aspects is necessary. So, maybe the answer to all his questions is that simple. After condensing the true devil Tao heart seed, Wang Wei entered the formation again. In the third life, he dedicated his life to the scriptures, and once he became enlightened, he spread his knowledge and wisdom to the world. In the fourth life, he was a swordsman. At the age of 3, he started practicing the basic sword strikes daily and did not stop for 20 years. He never practiced any other sword techniques, nor did he ever utter a word in his life. At 23, he left his house and challenged all the swordsmen in the world. And during his journey, he could learn all the sword techniques he saw displayed a few times in his decade career, and he never suffered a single defeat. At age 35, he became the most powerful swordsman in the world. However, his sword Tao reached a bottleneck, so he entered seclusion. 5 years later, he returned to Jianghu again with his swordsmanship not improved, not even a single bit. So he began to gather all the martial arts methods or skills in the world to create a sword technique that countered them. Of course, many people did not like this. Unfortunately, no one could stop the strike of the Silent Sword God. After more than 20 years, Jianwei gathered and understood all the martial arts in the world and created a sword move or counter for them. Then, on top of a mountain, he used the most potent attack in his life. A sword slash as bright as the light from an exploding star rushed to the heavens. This slash broke the boundary between illusion and truth, allowing him to remember who he was and condense the sword Dao Heart Seed. Then, Wang Wei continued to condense different Dao Heart Seeds: Pill Dao, Array Dao, Talisman Dao, Puppet Dao, and even Poison Dao, along with many others. Finally, using the true Devil Dao Seed as the core, he fused all the others into one. The moment he succeeded, Wang Wei felt refreshed and brand new. It was like he had removed a heavy burden from his shoulders. As he moved his body, he could see his strange, invisible Dao rhymes emanating from his body, displaying the fact that he was perfectly in tune with the Dao. Is this the perfect union of Dao and path? Paths refer to the overall goal or ambitions of a cultivator. What is the main reason? To achieve immortality or protect loved ones. Any dream or purpose of a cultivator can be considered their path. This underscore content is taken from L World. Sim and Dao refer to the laws they cultivate, like the 5 elements, yin yang, and many more. For example, Wang Wei's path is to be one day free and unfettered, and his Dao is fate. It is a requirement for all cultivators' Dao to match their paths. To be precise, their Dao has to be able to help them accomplish their path. If not, there will be severe consequences. And with this new Dao heart, Wang Wei's path and Dao have been perfectly combined, granting him incredible benefits. Wang Wei waved his hand to use the destiny of death on a mountain nearby, and it instantly decayed and died. Then, he used all different types of techniques. Now, not only can I use all the cultivation scriptures I have to their full extent, my fate-related techniques are now 2 to 3 times more powerful. He wanted to check his slight increase in strength, so he went to the battle tower to fight again with DT on. He lost miserably, but he lasted 30 minutes longer than in the previous fight. After opening his star acupoints, he used the tower once and could only last 5 more minutes than the battle in the lower realm. But now, his time had increased by 25 minutes, which is a lot of progress since he has not created his fate incarnations yet. After returning to the secret realm, Wang Wei checked his essence and Qi crown. They seemed more vivid and bright than before, and he knew the cause. There's a link between the 3 crown flowers and a cultivator's Dao heart, and any changes will affect the flower. For example, his grandfather's Dao heart was broken, which resulted in his flowers almost disappearing. He had to use his will and a lot of resources to barely keep them, but he could not use the ability granted by them. It was only recently stabilized when Wang Wei told him the plan to fix his Dao heart, but he still could not use their power. As he looked at the flowers, a pondering look appeared on his face. He wanted a 13-petal flower instead of a 12, but Wu Hong told him such a thing was not remotely possible for his current self. So, he shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. Now that he had a Dao heart that could cultivate the future Buddha scroll, he did not want to waste time. Additionally, he was preparing to enter a long retreat in the Sectime formation. Visit to L World. COM Discover_new novels. Chapter 453. The time flow formation of the Dao opening sect was a world as large as a Middle Thousand world. However, this world did not have anything like forests, mountains, oceans, etc. It was a green world. The sky and the earth were all green, making the entire thing somewhat eerie. Only 2 people lived inside that world, Wang Tian and Wang Wei, and they separated themselves by a great distance. Wang Tian dug a cave underground to reforge his primordial spirit and enter the Duyi realm. Meanwhile, Wang Wei created a small cottage with a heaven-concealing array surrounding it. He wanted to use this seclusion to catch up with his peers in cultivation. Once the retreat began, He did not immediately enter the next realm, but ensured that he indeed cultivated his yang god to the absolute peak. Then he began to break the shackles on his body. However, at this time, he wanted to curse out loud. He had 3,000 shackles on his body. Most cultivators only had dozens or more, and powerful body cultivators could have a few hundred. And he had 3,000 of them because of how powerful his fleshly body was. After briefly complaining, he got back to business. If he were an average person, so many shackles would be a burden to him. However, many emperor lineages developed a secret technique to give their heaven-chosens an edge. Usually, cultivators would just break the shackles and nothing else. That's how this stage of the primordial spirit operates. But the secret technique allowed heaven-chosens to use the energy generated when the shackles broke to do many things, mainly to nourish the soul or increase the strength of the fleshly body. Wang Wei observed all the 3,000 chains surrounding his body. Then he used his origin essence, the spiritual energy inside his cottage, and soul power to break one after another. He used the energy generated by the chains to increase the strength of his fleshly body. When it comes to his soul, he always had the advantage in his cultivation journey. And unfortunately, most soul cultivation has little to no effect on him, and the same was for this energy. However, his fleshly body was another situation. He will take any chance to increase it, given how difficult it is to walk on the true Tao of power. Nevertheless, he still used a small part of the energy to light up more spirit particles. Wang Wei did not know how long it took him to remove all 3,000 shackles. But the moment he finished, his primordial spirit left his body without any restriction or power to yank it back. It flew freely in the sky for a few minutes before returning to his body. He did not discover any discomfort. The primordial spirit realm is very significant in the path of cultivation. The first two stages, Yin God and Yang God, ensure that a cultivator's soul could survive under the sun or in the Yang material world. However, the soul is still bound to the body at that time. Unless destroyed, it cannot stay too long outside the body. So, the shackle removing stage is necessary. You can find the rest of this content on the L World. See, OM platform. Wang Wei walked out of the cottage, clenched his hand, then threw a punch. Boom! The entire world trembled, but only for a brief moment. A mysterious force suddenly erupted and erased the power being that punch. The power of time? Thought Wang Wei before focusing on something else. His physical strength had increased by 7 dragon force. After reinforcing his foundation and condensing the essence flower, he had 10 dragon force. After dual cultivating with Wu Hong and opening up 320 acupoints, he gained an additional 30 dragon force. Now, he had 47 dragon force, or 47 quintillion tons. Next, he checked his spirit particles, and now he saw 20 billion lit up, which is twice the previous number. Then, he returned to his retreat. The next stage in the primordial spirit realm is the 3 immortal soul stage. The soul consists of the 3 immortal souls, Hun souls, and 7 physical souls, Pa souls. The physical soul is the Yin in nature and controls the body, including the 5 internal organs and 9 orifices. The Pa souls govern health or the Bodhi's instincts to fight diseases. For example, the thief swallower is the Pa soul that regulates the Bodhi's immune system. The flying poison controls the body temperature, and the hidden arrow controls digestion. Medicine is the primary purpose of the physical soul amongst mortals, and when it comes to cultivators, they have little to no effect because of how their bodies have evolved with each realm. In the origin system, tempering the body in the divine body realm allowed the physical souls to combine. This is another way for cultivators to evolve as higher beings or species. In the primordial spirit realm, it is the turn of the 3 immortal souls, the secret spirit, the fetus light, and the bright spirit. Wang Wei focused intensely on his primordial spirit, entering a profound state of meditation. He reflected on himself, his actions, motives, and goals in life. And at some point, he discovered 3 threads connected from his primordial spirit to 3 illusory figures of himself. Numerous colors surrounded the first figure while rotating around him. Each color represented a different emotion. This was the secret spirit. It determined a person's mood, likes and dislikes, and what kind of person they attracted to, both romantically and platonically. In general, this part of the soul correlates to people's emotions and how they change or manifest when interacting with others. This immortal soul might also be connected to karma. Using it, I could make someone fall in love with another person and connect them through karma. After comprehending this, Wang Wei could now use his karma ability to create love bond. If a karmic love thread connected 2 people who already loved each other, they would never separate unless the thread is cut off, even if they went through reincarnation. The source of this underscore chapter, L World. COM, if only I had this ability before Grandma left, lamented Wang Wei. However, he could only comfort himself that his grandma loved that bastard enough to form a karmic bond of her own. That way, they could forever accompany each other, even through reincarnation. He then looked at the second illusory figure of him. It had the number 6, 345, 921 on top of its head. This was the fetus light, the source of life force, and the number on top is Wang Wei's current lifespan. Finally, he looked at the last figure, which was entirely purple. However, he quickly noticed another odd thing besides the color. It had chains all over its body. The bright spirit soul controlled intelligence, wisdom, and creativity. This is the primary source determining a cultivator's comprehension. Any changes in it could positively and negatively affect the intellect. Wang Wei understood that it was purple because of his paragon quality soul, but he did not understand the reason for the chains. So, he observed it for a whole before something came to his mind. Before entering reincarnation in his past life, his soul was enormous. In terms of quantity, it was truly unimaginable. However, after he became a baby and reached this world, more than 99% of his soul power was gone, leaving only the quality. He thought he discarded all of it during reincarnation or was forced to by someone or something. But now he guessed that it might have been sealed, and not only his soul strength, but also his memories of what samsara and his experience inside. And even a lot of the memories he experienced in that endless void were still currently sealed and slowly being revealed. Now, the question is whether he sealed it himself or someone else did. With curiosity, he reached his hand to touch the bright spirit chains. "Don't do stupid things so casually," suddenly said a voice. He turned around to see Wu Hong floating in his sea of consciousness, looking at him and the bright spirit. "What are you doing here?" gestured Wang Wei with his soul's hands. "When I hello you seal your soul, I left a sum of my will inside to warn you of this situation. You know, this is the type of thing you should tell me about in advance." "You're right, and I'm sorry. It's fine. Given the current situation, things might work out for the better. Now, can you explain? I'm sure you've already guessed the source of this seal, but I have to warn you not to completely remove it until you're an Empyrean. You can probably check some of the memories in the Emperor realm, but be very careful. Visit to L World. See OM Discover _ New Novels. Wu Hong knew that the 7 parasites feared coming to the myriad Emperor world. However, if someone threatens their power, they will have no bottom line or hesitation to eradicate the threat. Wang Wei paused for a moment before nodding his head. However, he noticed a strange look on her face. "Is that jealousy I see in your face?" "Yes, it is. All this soul strength will allow you to cultivate a peak paragon soul in a short time. Sometimes I have to envy how lucky you are." Thinking about how long and difficult it was for her to cultivate her soul to the peak of the paragon realm, she wanted to beat him because of how easy things will be for him. Luck? No, I earned this power. Then, Wu Hong remembered how he got this power and realized he was correct. As a mortal, surviving for countless eons in that empty and infinite space, 99,999% of people could never achieve this, relying solely on their will to live for so long. They would have either died before reaching the next blue spot that could increase their soul, committed suicide because of the loneliness, or been driven mad and their spirit or mind shattered. And yet, Wang Wei survived. That feat alone meant that he deserved the strength and benefits. You're right. All right, let's talk about your trial. Did you discover something? This trial might be more severe than you expect. Anyone who can help you may fall under some calculations to prevent so. And in my case, even the true heavenly Tao intervened to seal me temporarily. So be extra careful. A serious look appeared on Wang Wei's face before nodding his head. Meanwhile, he could see that Wu Hong began to fade and disappear. I've run out of time. Although I know that I do not need to remind you, given how meticulous you are, I still will. Make sure to have a backup plan in case you fail this trial and die. It would be best for your soul to be relatively complete so that you can enter samsara. If your soul is completely destroyed, I will not be able to save you. Wang Wei frowned deeply after hearing this, and he felt that her words contained deep meaning. Paragons could travel in time. So could she not reverse time to save him? He did not think that she was unwilling. So something must stop her, or she had other reasons not to revive him once he was completely dead. Full on underscored on the L world. Platform. Things are becoming more and more complicated. After shaking his head slightly, he concentrated on his breakthrough. Chapter 454. Wang Wei proceeded to absorb this secret spirit, since he understood it well. He was in tune with his emotions and had a great understanding of the interaction and attraction that drove people, especially himself. Because he understood these aspects of the souls, he could fuse the secret spirit with the primordial spirit. The three immortal stage is the cultivation stage where a cultivator's comprehension is more important than their body. Without understanding the different aspects of the three immortal stages, it is impossible to combine them with the primordial spirit and enter a stage of completion. After fusing with the secret spirit, Wang Wei felt that some missing part of him had returned. He felt complete and fulfilled. At least, he was in the process. Additionally, he discovered that he lighted up more than 50 billion new spirit particles by completing the primordial spirit. The power of his soul increased drastically. Wang Wei was pleased with this discovery. When he first created the spirit particles, he was prepared to lit all of them for an extended period, even after entering the next realm. However, once he learned about the three flower crowns, he decided to light them all up before condensing the spirit flower. As such, he prepared to spend quite some time in the process. But now, according to his calculation, once he fused with the other two immortal souls, he should light all of them up or come very close. After his breakthrough into the three immortal stage, Wang Wei did not continue. He made a few consecutive breakthroughs, so he needed time to relax and digest. So, he decided to leave his sea of consciousness and focus on something else. Unfortunately, he found himself sitting cross-legged with a small table in front of him and another eerie-looking person with the same face as him on the opposite. "It's you again," he gestured. "Of course, it's me," replied his heart demon. "As long as you're still in this cultivation stage, I can appear anytime." Wang Wei squinted his eyes at this person that looked like a cheap, evil version of himself. He was not in the mood. "I know you wished you could use your domineering spirit and supreme strength to blow your heart demon away. Unfortunately, this is not how heart demon functions in this world. Without knowing yourself, your mind, and processing your emotions, I can never go away." Wang Wei sighed aloud before taking a sip of the tea. It tasted like Longja, his favorite tea. You can find the rest of this content on the L world. See, OM platform. Grandma usually brought me some when she called or visited. Sigh. No illusion today? Gestured Wang Wei. "I figured there was no point, so let's have our usual chat," replied the heart demon, who also took a sip of tea. "Despite how I may go about things, I have your best intention in mind." Why do these words sound like something an abuser would say to justify their actions? I'm sure you're thinking of something rude right now, but forget it. Let's begin. I will not mention the new crimes like kidnapping that you added to your list. We have already established that you feel little to no remorse. Harsh. Why are you portraying me as a psychopath? The heart devil ignored him. I will also not mention the ordeal with Grandma. You went through the stages of grievances and adequately processed the event. Albeit a bit dramatic, it was understandable considering what was at stake. However, now let's talk about Young. Don't you think you were treating him a little unfairly? Isn't about that time you forgave him? As soon as he uttered these words, countless runes appeared in the surrounding, and the heart devil knew they could seal him to delay his appearance. Don't do anything stupid. If you seal me now when I appear again, I will be 100 times more powerful. He paused before taking another sip of tea. I know this is a touchy subject for you, but it still needs to be addressed. The runes disappeared before words appeared in front of Wang Wei. Why'd I need to forgive him? To better heal, of course. Anger is not good for your health or spirit. The source of this _ chapter, L World. COM. There's nothing wrong with anger. It's as destructive as any emotions once not controlled properly, wrote Wang Wei. And my anger is justified and well controlled. What about your family and grandfather? I'm sure he didn't want to put his family through this. He had no choice. So, the least you can do is remove your anger and forgive. It would be great for your healing process. There is no need for a correlation between anger and forgiveness. I can forgive him, but still be mad. Plus, it is my emotions, my state of mind. And if I decide never to do so, I am entitled to that conclusion. As long as I do not let how I feel about him affect my family, everything will be fine. The heart demon suddenly laughed out loud. You are correct. You can grieve and process emotions any way you feel most suitable to you, as long as you heal. All right, let's move on to another topic then. It waved its hand to manifest the picture of a beautiful woman, making Wang Wei frown deeply after seeing it. Congratulations on your marriage, by the way. It is your luck of 1,000 generations to marry such a beautiful, capable, and perfect wife. Sometimes I envy you because of her. I wish we could trade places. Get to the points, wrote Wang Wei / Can't you be more patient? All right, I can see your face is not looking well, so we'll be direct. It always bothered me, the whole concept of fated lovers. You met for the first time at the academy and instantly fell in love. You did not know anything about her personality, history, likes and dislikes, but you fell in love at first sight. Pretty superficial if I say so myself. What's wrong with superficial? Replied Wang Wei back. I could argue that falling in love at first sight requires a great deal of faith. You believe that this person you met for the first time matches your personality, likes and dislikes, and that you could spend the rest of your life with them no matter the odds. Plus, things between Wu Hong and I worked out for the best in the end. Did it, though? Replied the heart demon. The moment you met, she knew you better than you knew yourself. She knows you're from Earth and your other deep secrets. And yet, you cannot say the same. With how many secrets she is hiding from you, I'm surprised you can sleep peacefully in the same bed as her. Wang Wei did not say anything, but the heart demon continued talking, his voice containing a very hypnotizing effect, capable of magnifying the doubts in people's minds. Now, I'm sure you'll use the excuse that it is because of how weak you are that she has to keep these secrets. But I don't buy it, and you shouldn't too. Try the L World. See OM platform _ for the most advanced _ reading experience. Wang Wei looked dazed in the distance, his eyes a little unfocused. The heart devil continued. What if she is scheming against you? What if she's planning your doom? Then, he'll die, he wrote in the air after a few minutes of silence. Just like that. As I said, our love began with me taking a great leap of faith, and I will continue believing in that leap. And if one day she proved to me that I was wrong, then I'll accept the consequences, even if it meant death. Won't you have any regrets? Dying while knowing that the person you love most in the world betrays you must be painful. Maybe for others, but not for me. I made this choice fully knowing the possible outcome. And if that day truly ever came, I will die with a smile on my face while remembering the happy memories between the two of us. Haha, what a strange person you are, said the Heart Devil with a calm smile instead of his usual sneer or cunning one. You practice a Tao that involves control, and yet, when it comes to your love life, you choose to rely on faith. You allow fate to determine who you spend the rest of your life with and let of your control. How contradictory. I never thought of that, wrote Wang Wei. It seems that you truly know me better than me. Of course. Well, the tribulation ends, and you pass with flying colors. But we will meet again. I'd rather not. Unfortunately, that's not for you to determine. The Heart Devil disappeared. Wang Wei sensed his mind and spirit became refreshed, and his state of mind sublimated. He felt he had removed a veil from his eyes, allowing him to see the world clearer. Although Heart Devil can help cultivators with their state of mind, it is always unpleasant to talk to this guy. However, he did give me an idea. Updated Interset L World. See, Omi planned to talk to Wu Hong about this conversation to better their relationship. He will tell her about all his doubts and insecurity. That way, they can grow closer as Tao companions. He returned to his cottage and took out the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. He planned to temper his star acupoints during this retreat. Although the old beggar told him that he could not rely on strength to pass the trial, he also knew that he would never have a chance of surviving without it. Chapter 455. According to the scripture, Wang Wei can open the acupoints in the body using any method or type of energy. However, when it comes to nurturing them, star power or energy is the only option. And that's because the ancient desolate body refining scripture divided the star acupoint realm into 3 stages: acupoint opening, star nurturing, and star condensation. First, open the acupoints, then nurture them with the power of stars until each acupoint is as large as a small world, then condense the star power into physical stars. However, the scripture clearly stated that only exceptionally talented people could condense stars in their acupoints, and based on talents and efforts, each person has a limit on their bearing capacities. However, Wang Wei did not care about that. All he cared about was that once he thoroughly cultivated the scripture to its peak, he would have the power of over 1,000 physical stars inside his body. He then took a few seconds to calm down before dropping a drop of blood on the book's cover. Numerous minor runes appeared on the surface. Then, a mighty spiritual power began to scan Wang Wei's fleshly body. A few minutes later, the scan stopped, the runes disappeared, and brand new pages appeared inside the book. Then Wang Wei finally understood why the ancient desolate body refining scripture had such high fame in the world, why it was a truly unique and powerful body refining technique, and why there is such a high threshold to cultivate it. The ancient desolate emperor once traveled the endless void after proving the Tao. He learned that living beings in different worlds have different numbers of acupoints in their bodies because of the laws of heaven and earth. In some worlds, the people only have 36 acupoints, in others 360 or 720, while the people in the Myriad Emperor world have 1962. In one of the worlds he traveled to, he found a strange species that had over 1 million acupoints. 962 million, to be exact. So he studied their bodies before inventing a way to create acupoints in the body artificially. The actual peak of this scripture grants its user the power of over 1 million stars inside their bodies. No wonder Detion's body is so powerful, and he had such high praise for the ancient desolate body refining scripture, thought Wang Wei before he momentarily paused. Wait, from what I know about him, he seems to have the ability to condense his cultivation from one life to another, hence the reason for his scary foundation and strength. Does that apply to his fleshly body cultivation as well? According to my calculations, this method should only be possible for a maximum of 9 times. So, does that mean his fleshly body has the power of over 9 million stars? Full_out, current_novel on L World. COM Wang Wei could imagine how powerful 1 million stars were, not to mention 9 times that power. That was truly scary. No, I'm spooking myself too much. The ancient desolate emperor created that scripture during the incense era, and by that time, Dition should have already survived a few reincarnations. Plus, I did not know exactly when his sleepers got their hands on it. Despite this conclusion, he knew that Dition's fleshly body should have the power of over 1 million stars. According to the scripture, 962 million is the absolute limit. However, Wang Wei guessed that Dition's stars were enormous, thus granting far more power than the specific number. This might be my chance to surpass him in the fleshly body department. If all my 9 incarnations cultivate 1 million stars, then when we fuse. However, Wang Wei quickly shook his head as he knew this might not be enough. Maybe Dition discovered a way to fill the gap for the previous reincarnations that he did not cultivate in this scripture. Additionally, Wang Wei theorized that he also cultivated many other body refining techniques. From what he knew regarding the beginning emperor era, body refiners were the mainstream since the primary cultivation system heavily emphasized tempering the body. In that era with mighty, innate demons and primordial gods, if a cultivator did not have a powerful fleshly body, they could never compete with these innate creatures. Wang Wei could see how a brilliant body refining civilization prospered in that era, with countless different methods, approaches, and paths. Growing up in such an environment, he could not fathom what techniques Dition saw, experienced, comprehended, or cultivated. Could the star essence give me an edge? He once traded with Zhun Biu of the 5 elements palace pieces of his organs for star essence, one of the highest forms of star power, second only to primordial star powers. Maybe even primordial star power would not be enough. Visit L-World. COM for a better user experience. He recently asked his family if the sect had primordial star power as one of the secret resources of the sect. Unfortunately, he received a negative answer. Well, to be exact, they used to have some, but some heaven-chosens passed the trials and acquired it. What's worse was that this heaven-chosen, still lost in the heaven, will battle despite condensing many primordial stars. Wang Wei removed these distracting thoughts from his mind as he focused on how to make his fleshly body more powerful. What if instead of condensing stars, I condense black holes inside my acupoints? His eyes lighted up as he realized this plan might be feasible. A black hole would swallow most cultivators from the inside if they attempted something so crazy. However, it should be possible with his understanding of devouring Tao and the hint of nothingness that his fleshly body contained. The more he thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. If done correctly, Wang Wei would have the power of over 9 million supermassive black holes inside his acupoints. All right, I need to calm down. Things have to be done one step at a time. Plus, I must first survive this damn trial before I can talk about the future. So, let's cultivate first. A flash of determination flashed across his eyes. No matter what, he has to win the heaven-will battle in this generation. In the past, he allowed the possibility of failure since he could just seal himself and wake up in the future to compete again. However, he cannot take any chances now. Maybe he has no problem sealing himself for countless generations, but his family and friends may not be able to or willing to wait that long. He refused to lose anyone again, especially if it was his fault. So, he began to cultivate. Wang Wei first opened the 1962 primary acupoints. With the acupoint opening pills he brought and the star gathering formation in his cottage, the process was smooth, albeit a little longer time-wise. Each primary acupoints could create 1,000 sub-acupoints. However, this was the last step in cultivating this realm. The most up-to-date NOV_Ls are published _ here, L-World. Siam Wang Wei then used the star essence to nurture the acupoints, as this was a crucial stage. If the acupoints are not nurtured properly, they will collapse once the cultivator condenses the star. During his retreat, Wang Wei once felt the power of divine punishment lightning in the distance, so he knew that his father had succeeded. So, after sending a talisman to congratulate him, after nurturing 134 acupoints to a perfect state, Wang Wei stopped as he realized this was too time-consuming. The trial still loomed over his head. And with each passing day, death drew closer to him. So, he started to comprehend the future beauty scroll. Enlightening Emperor Academy, Lin Fan's manor. The concubines and wives gathered together to eat, chat, and play music. Su Shi looked at a black mark in her hand, a little distracted. Elder sister Su Shi, I always wanted to know what this mark on your hand was, asked one of the women. That's right. I often see you looking at it in a daze, especially recently. Su Shi did not expect this sudden question, so she was caught off guard. However, she smiled before answering. When I was young, I met a strange old beggar that told me that this was a fortune mark. It represented that one day I would have an opportunity to soar to the 9 heavens like a phoenix. The beggar was probably lying. Maybe not. Elder sister Su Shi did marry her husband. Maybe that was her great fortune. That's right. It is indeed a great fortune to be the wife of an eternal emperor. Full_out, current_novel on L World. Su Shi nodded in agreement. However, she did not believe any of these words. According to the old beggar, the mark would disappear once that great fortune arrived, but it was still there. Additionally, she recently felt a slight throbbing from it. She did not know whether it was her illusion or it was true. She hoped that it was a sign that this great fortune was quickly approaching. While all the women were chatting happily, Lin Fan walked in with a deep frown. Chapter 456. What's wrong, husband? Asked one of the concubines. I recently had a feeling that something bad will happen, replied Lin Fan. Really? With your strength, who could pose a threat to you? That's right. Maybe you're overthinking things. Many of the concubines agreed with this statement. Their husband is currently the most powerful heaven-chosen in the world. Additionally, he recently brought 3 Dao Source Seed, which further elevated his status in the academy. More importantly, his actions increased the status of these concubines from the lower realm, since now one of the elders will soon become a Dao ancestor. So, even if something happened in the Enlightening Emperor Academy, they can still have some status in this world. Not necessarily. Powerful cultivators usually have an intuition for danger. So, husband, you should take this seriously, replied Mu Chunhua, the former saintess of the Heavy Water sect and Lin Fan's first wife. Sister Chunhua is correct, added Su Shi. Have you tried to find out the reason? I did. I tried divination and yin-yang calculation, but nothing worked, replied Lin Fan. This was his primary source of frustration. Did you tell the sex elders? Asked Mu Chunhua. I don't think this is a problem that merits their attention, at least not yet. Mu Chunhua frowned after hearing this. She wanted to convince him. However, thinking how stubborn her husband can be, she did not know how to do so. I understand that you want to deal with this situation alone, but it would be best to notify them, especially if your safety is involved, said Su Shi while caressing his hair. Additionally, you can go to the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Aren't they an expert in this kind of thing? A flash of brilliance appeared in Lin Fan's eyes. This is indeed a good idea. However, the pavilion has closed its mountain for a few thousand years now. They would be more than willing to make an exception with your identity. Excellent idea, as usual, Shire. I can always rely on you. Su Shi smiled, but did not take the compliment to mind. She understood that her husband changed considerably after surviving the trial, and he probably already had the same idea, but wanted to allow her to shine. New novel_chapters are published here, L World. See, almost for the reasons. 1. To establish her dominance in this harem, and 2. To increase her confidence. Thinking of this, Su Shi could not help but remember a few thousand years ago during that meeting when that man coldly told her that she was nothing but a vase. A flash of hatred and determination appeared on her face. She then looked at Lin Fan with adoration and love. I will support my husband to be one of the greatest eternal emperors the world has ever seen. By then, we will see who the vase is. Lin Fan quickly left. He planned to visit the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. He did not intend to tell the Academy about his intuition. The slaughter trial made him accustomed to doing things alone. After contacting his Dao protector Qiu-jin, who notified the headmaster, the two quickly rushed to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. With a very well-hidden sorrow, panic, and resentment, the pavilion master opened the formation to let Lin Fan in before leading him to see Old Chu. The old diviner was slightly surprised by Lin Fan's words. However, he did not correlate with Wang Wei since his memories no longer had his memories. Nevertheless, he still wondered why the top 3 Heaven Chosens came to see him personally in just 1,000 years. Yug Master Lin Fan, you have to understand that divination is not absolute, and I cannot easily deduce or reveal the secrets of heaven. So, I might not find the cause of your problems. I understand this. As long as you do your best, they'll accept the final result, replied Lin Fan. Those are the words that Old Chu wanted to hear. This time, he did not even use the Emperor artifact that he received from Dition. So, he nodded his head before beginning. Only a few people knew of its existence, and Old Chu did not want the world to discover this news. Although their sect was an immortal lineage, he knew that many of such lineages, or even Dao lineages, wouldn't hesitate to start a war for it. The last time he had no choice since Sacred Son Wang Wei came with terrifying killing intent and the knowledge that Dition came here. However, the same cannot apply to Lin Fan. He was more amiable and lacked some critical pieces of information. Nevertheless, Old Chu still did use the new Emperor Scriptures, 8 Trigram Myriad World Sect Guide. Of course, he did not know that even if he used it, he would not discover anything. And it was not because Heavenly Dao blocked most secrets regarding the outlaw trial. It was because Wang Wei secretly left something on his body to prevent other outlaws from divining any information. He prepared in advance, since he knew Lin Fan was a supreme outlaw like him. The symbol of 8 trigram appeared behind him as his eyes turned completely black. New novel_chapters are published here, L-World. See a few minutes later. Old Chu returned to normal while shaking his head. I could not deduce the secrets of heaven. I cannot find the source of young Master Lin Fan's anxiety. Lin Fan frowned while Qiu-jin sneered. Old Chu, are you trying to fool us? Why didn't you even use the 8 trigram turtle shell? It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. What do you mean? Old Chu hesitated to answer. He did not want to appear as if he was instigating these 2 titans. Say it. A few thousand years ago, the Dao opening sect came to borrow the shell, but it is still in their possession, Old Chu said while wisely choosing his words. Qiu-jin frowned as he remembered important news in that period. The Dao opening sect did visit the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, which was a big deal amongst the upper echelons of most emperor lineages. And that was because the sect slightly broke the Immortal Avenue Pact as an immortal venerable appeared so early in the world and visited the pavilion. After figuring things out, Qiu-jin looked at Lin Fan and asked through divine sense, "What are you going to do now?" Lin Fan was deep in thought. He comprehended the laws of yin-yang and the laws of fate. However, he mostly used the former for battle and is only proficient in basic calculations. As for fate, the same applied. He can only do basic divinations, but he is an expert in anti-divination. He had to prevent his opponent from gathering information on him. Additionally, he planned to use his laws of fate to reduce the strength of Wang Wei when they fought. At first, he planned to cultivate to a level when he could suppress the latter in his field of expertise. That way, he could both defeat his opponent and humiliate him. Unfortunately, Lin Fan quickly realized that the Tao of Fate did not have much battle strength in the early stages and required a lot of creativity to use in battle. And in that trial, he did not have time to develop this Tao when he could die at any moment. He had to focus on the laws that granted him more battle strength or survivability. Since my intuition is warning me of some danger, I just need a way that can evade the ultimate danger, death. Lin Fan replied to Qiu-jin, "I need a death substitute talisman." With your state of mind tempered in the trial, there is no way for you to become over-reliant on the talisman or overconfident because you have a pass at death. full underscore on the L world. COM platform. However, I still need to get the headmaster's approval. After their secret communication, the two left the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, and Old Chu escorted them out along with the pavilion master. Master, when will he ever stop being so humiliated by these emperors' lineages? In the myriad emperor world, their pavilion is famous for its divination and information-gathering ability. Using this fame, they can even release lists ranking many things, including the heaven chosens of each generation. As a result, the pavilion is respected worldwide by many cultivators. Many people envy them and their status. However, only they know that despite how things look from the outside, they still have to bow their heads to these powerful emperor lineages. Otherwise, they will suffer disaster. Isn't the answer obvious? Replied Old Chu with a deep sigh. Only when we have an emperor of our own will things change for the better. After hearing this answer, the pavilion master had a desolate look on his face. He did not have any hope for that happening soon. However, Old Chu was more optimistic, and that was because of the number 4 Fate Puppeteer physique. He knew that since Heavenly Tao recognized this physique, some other people in the future would be born with it. If their sex could get their hands on them, they could use their understanding of fate and the current owner of the physique as a model to possibly cultivate a great emperor. The only problem is that the Tao opening sect and many other sects will also try this method, and a little luck is required for success. In the Emperor Enlightenment Academy, Qiujin brought Lin Fan, the talisman, a week after returning. The headmaster was more than willing to sacrifice some of the academy's Qi luck to refine one for him. They finally have the opportunity to cultivate their 9th emperor, so they must protect their investment at all costs. After receiving the talisman, Lin Fan felt at ease. As long as he could save his life, everything would be fine. Husband, how about we go on a vacation to celebrate? With only the two of us, asked Su Shi. What suddenly brought this on? Well, you've been gone for so many years, and after you returned, you only focused on cultivating. I just thought that we could spend some alone time together. Lin Fan looked at his favorite wife and smiled. He realized she was correct. He has been busy for some time now and spent a little time with her. The last time they were genuinely alone was a couple of 100 years ago during that weird beach party. You're right. Do you have anywhere specific you want to go? The most up-to-date NOV_Ls are published here, L World. COM yes. My father built a mansion for me with an artificial beach as a landscape. We can enjoy ourselves there and show you all the new bikinis I designed. Lin Fan's eyes lighted up imagining such a picture, so he became more excited. All right, let's not waste time and go immediately. Chapter 457. Inside his cottage, Wang Wei sat cross-legged, eyes closed, deep in meditation. A transparent golden Buddha with his face rapidly condensed behind him. And when the Buddha finally condensed, Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. Interesting. A cultivation technique that cultivates the past, present, and future self. I feel that all 3 scrolls might be significant to me in the future. However, now is not the time to think about the other 2 scrolls. Without hesitation, Wang Wei activated the future Buddha's self, in conjunction with his nexus of fate. Then, he saw the moment of his death. To be precise, he saw some information. He was in a strange place that he could not understand, as everything seemed purposefully blurred. He was in the midst of a battle with an individual with a saber. However, he also could not see the face of that individual, nor his build or height, as he was completely black. What Wang Wei did notice was that person cut him in 1,000,000 of pieces, including his soul, and he died. Wang Wei opened his eyes with a deep frown. All I could learn in this future vision is that someone killed me. That person used a saber as the main weapon, and I seemed to be in the void-shattering realm during that battle. Wang Wei pondered deeply. He did not know anyone who used a saber as their primary weapon. So, unless someone close to him secretly cultivated the saber Dao or changed their weapons, he should not know his killer. However, This goes against what he currently knew about the trial, unless it is someone I have affected in some ways during my cultivation journey, someone that I have negative karma with. Wang Wei shook his head with a wry smile. If that were the case, it would be virtually impossible to determine the identity of his killer. He has met so many people and negatively affected a lot of them. Just as recent slaughter in the Western continent could create countless Avengers trying to kill him. For more novel, visit L-World. So after shaking his head, he revisited his nexus of fate, trying to analyze or discover the tiniest of information. Wait, something is off, thought Wang Wei as he double-checked the vision over and over. The time of my death has been reduced by 5 years. He was now somewhat knowledgeable about the Tao of time, so he discovered that the time for his battle with the Saber Killer had decreased by 5 years, meaning that he died 3 years earlier compared to a few seconds ago. He ended the vision before revisiting it, and as expected, the time of his demise was 1 year earlier than before. As such, with each passing second, he rapidly got closer to death. Wang Wei immediately searched for the reason for this anomaly. He used the power of fate, karma, time, and other secret techniques he knew before founding the cause. Damn you, Di Tian, he thought to himself, almost cursing out loud and breaking his oath. He found the cause, and it was the karmic sins that Di Tian placed on him. The outlaw trial is essentially a karmic trial where heavenly Tao used your actions or connection to schemes against you. And Di Tian used karmic sins to move the time of Wang Wei's trial forward, giving him less time to prepare or even realize what happened. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he removed the technique affecting his trial. If it were the previous him, he would have struggled immensely before succeeding. Now, with his understanding of karma and time, removing it only took him a few hours, although he was drained afterward and needed some rest. Meanwhile, Di Tian immediately felt it on the Western continent when Wang Wei succeeded. He opened his eyes, looked in the direction of the Tao opening sect, and muttered, "It took him so long." His original plan was to ruin Wang Wei's luck, thus causing a void disaster when he tried returning home through the transmission array. Then things could go in many different ways. His luck would be so terrible that he landed in some dangerous place or world community, which resulted in his death. In that way, he could kill his enemy and achieve his main objective. _out, current novel on L-World. COM more, he would survive and separate from Wuhan. Then, the spell would continuously change the cause and effect of Wang Wei's trial and bring it forward and shift the arrival of his death to a sooner date. According to Di Tian's calculation, Wu Hong should have noticed this long ago and removed the technique. What he did not know was that luck was on his side. Heavenly Tao interfered, adding to Wu Hong's lack of memories. She overlooked the situation. Di Tian pondered for a moment the reason for this delay, but he could not think of any substantial theories. It does not matter in the end, as things worked out for the better. I moved his trial from the Supreme Realm to the Void-Shattering Realm. He knew that when it comes to unique individuals like Wang Wei, Heavenly Tao likes to take its time planning the trial, to gather as much information as possible to ensure maximum success rate. This was the case for him. However, Di Tian also knew another essential fact. Fate and Chaos Supreme Outlaws have an advantage over the other three. They can predict their deaths in advance, discover information regarding the trial, and prepare in advance. Although this was unfair, it was the way things were. Typically, Heavenly Tao will consider this fact, but Di Tian did not want to take a chance. So, he planned to move the trial forward while also gathering a lot of information about Wang Wei from their fights and handing it to Heavenly Tao. Since he discovered my spell, he also discovered about the trial. In the end, my worries were not for nothing. He then closed his eyes to continue cultivating as he had already done his part. The rest was up to Heavenly Tao. His clone sent a message that he may have found a method to break the limit of 9 reincarnations, so he waited with bated breath for more news. After taking many pills to recover, Wang Wei began to watch his future again. He was somewhat angry when he thought about how much time was lost time he could use to gather more information to ensure his survival. Ultimately, he sighed as he knew there was no point in anger. This is how the Battle of the Throne was. All heaven-chosen schemed and killed each other. If he had the chance, he would not hesitate to do the same to DT on. So, he focused on the present situation and watched his nexus of fate again. He did not focus on gathering information this time, but on changing the outcome. Wang Wei used the power of the future Buddha's self to simulate different futures or outcomes to discover a way to change his fate. The golden Buddha floated above him as a projection of the river of time surrounded it. The source of this underscore chapter, L-World. See him after an unknown amount of time. Wang Wei opened his eyes, and slight fatigue flashed on them before instantly disappearing. He is used to constantly experiencing death. More than 200 futures, all of which result in the same outcome. One simulation takes too much time, and things are too blurry. I need a way to do thousands, if not millions, of simulations instantly. Wang Wei then placed the future Buddha's self back in a sea of consciousness before activating his physique's vision. It looked slightly different, with a majestic version of himself sitting on a throne. Previously, he had strings attached to his hands connected to myriad worlds and races. Now, the river of fate lay beneath him, tied to countless worlds and races. Should I find a way to combine the future Buddha's self with the power of fate? No, that would take some time to fuse these two, so I need a method to have numerous future Buddha's self and do countless simulations. I can use my spirit particles, but something else is needed. Wang Wei pondered deeply as many ideas flashed inside his mind. He only stopped after creating a basic plan. It seems that it is time to end the retreat. He did not immediately leave, but waved his hand to take out a coiled gray string from the river of fate, his proving Tao artifact. With the fate stone that Wu Hong gave him and the nourishment of the river of fate, Wang Wei finally repaired the artifact. It is indeed more powerful than before. To be precise, more suited for me. Any fate-related material is rare, so Wang Wei had to use people's fate line and some fate dust to refine his proving Tao artifacts. However, with the fate stone, one of the best materials to refine fate-related magic weapons. He further tempered the artifact and increased its grade to the supreme realm. As he looked at the artifact, Wang Wei could not help but think of Wu Hong. Although he knew she should be fine, he could not help but worry about her. Ultimately, he just shook his head before leaving the secret realm. As soon as he returned to the myriad emperor world, he calculated how long had passed. I spent a total of 2,100 years in the formation, and 520 years passed outside. So a 4-time increase. This underscore content is taken from L-World. Calm after nodding his head, he went to see his family. Chapter 458. While Wang Wei was flying to his destination, he suddenly stopped as he felt something. He then used the karma thread he placed on his competitors, and an image appeared in his mind. He saw a young woman chained by her 2 hands. She looked ragged, her hair disheveled. She had no shoes on, and numerous bugs seemed to be munching on her skin. The skin would instantly regenerate, and these purple beetles would continue munching on it like it was the most delicious thing they had ever tasted. Feng Wang? Why is she in this state? A lot of thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind. He remembered that after the beach party, the thread he placed on her companion shook a little as it appeared to break at any time. Could it be related to that? Wang Wei thought that Ibu had entered a special place that could disturb karma. However, maybe this was not the case. She's not important for now. Let's focus on the task at hand. He then flew to see his mother and had dinner. He could see that she was not in the best shape, most likely worried about his safety over the past few hundred years. So, Wang Wei reassured her by lying and telling her he found a way to survive involving the future Buddha's self. This news pleased Yu Yin and relieved a lot of her worries. She knew of her son's intelligence, so she did not doubt him. Or maybe she wanted to believe this lie. That night, she slept well for the first time in a few hundred years, and Wang Tian thanked his son as he found powerless when it came to that situation. "So, did you truly find a method?" he asked after tucking his wife in bed. "Not exactly," gestured Wang Wei, "but I'm heading in the right direction. Right now, I have much more information and some ideas on how to survive." Wang Tian sighed deeply before taking a large sip of alcohol from his gourd. "I wish I could help you. I feel like a failure as a father. There is no need to blame yourself. Plus, you have done all you can. You don't understand. The first time I laid eyes on you, I promised to do everything I could to protect you in this cruel world, and I believe I did my job for most of your life. However, in the past few years, too many things have made me feel helpless. As a father, nothing is more painful than watching your child suffer, and you could do nothing about it." Wang Wei sighed before patting his father on the shoulder. Then, he drank all night with him. They talked all night about all kinds of things, focusing on some embarrassing stories of Wang Wei when he was a child. Then, he drank all night with him, and Wang Wei responded by talking about his father's embarrassing childhood that he learned from his grandfather. The next day, he called Wang Ju to visit him. "Where is Li Jun?" he asked after seeing her. "Is he still in the trials?" "No, more than 200 years ago, young Master Li Jun passed the trials and inherited the battle-manic emperor's battle will. However, not long after returning, he quickly declared that he would enter another retreat. For more _novel, visit L-World. That's odd, thought Wang Wei. However, he did not focus on this. He figured that Li Jun might have a sudden epiphany. He did not suspect that he would be used for this trial. Something horrible would have to happen to corrupt Li Jun and turn against him. Plus, he knew that the real culprit used a saber as his primary weapon. Although Li Jun can use a saber, his primary weapons are usually spears and halberds. Nevertheless, Wang Wei kept a sliver of suspicion since Li Jun could have changed during his trial. What about Yin Liling? She is also in retreat. Oh, didn't she succeed in becoming a Tier 6 quasi-emperor alchemist? Yes, she succeeded not long after you entered seclusion, young master. She wanted me to give you this once you exited. Wang Wei looked at the black cauldron in his hand, analyzing the arrays inside with a slight surprise. She succeeded so quickly? He took a few profound Tier spiritual herbs and placed them inside. A few minutes later, an inferior quality body tempering pill floated inside the cauldron without Wang Wei doing anything. So, this thing only works for material alchemy. She has not found a way to engrave divine runes on the pills automatically. This should be a prototype, correct? That's right. According to young lady Yin Liling, this prototype can create up to middle-level Earth tier pill only through material alchemy. However, she is working on improving. Wang Wei nodded his head with a smile. He looked forward to her achievement, as the automated cauldron would be very useful for his plans. What about Tai Gang? He is training his soldiers. However, I noticed he might feel uneasy that you did not contact him in the past few years. Appease him since he is still useful, ordered Wang Wei. How is Project Deep Infiltration going? Things are going well, especially with the innate weapon you provided us. However, as you instructed, we are taking things slowly. Yes, be patient. As long as you guys succeed before the Heavenly battle, everything will be fine. Is there any specific news that I need to pay attention to? Two of them. One is that Lin Fan seemed to be taking a vacation in the EC domain. Second, you need to see this for yourself. Wang Ju handed him a talisman with a picture. The sect master's shadows acquired this picture inside the sword-casting villa. Visit L-World. For a better user experience. Wang Wei looked at the projection in front of him with intense eyes. It was the picture of a young man sitting in a wooden wheelchair. His long hair hung loose on his back without being tied in a bun. He had a long, untrimmed beard. A terrible sense of despair and suffering displayed in his eyes as he looked into the distance in a daze. This person was Jian Wushuang. Compared to his suave and handsome face, he looked completely different. Is this the fate of outlaws? Back in the academy, Wang Wei read Su Ya's fate line and knew how she planned to deal with Jian Wushuang. The plan was straightforward yet meticulous at the same time. During one of her battles, she would detonate countless of her clones to injure him severely. Then, a beautiful young mortal girl would save Jian Wushuang, and while healing him, they would fall in love. The only problem is that Suya has been cultivating this woman for thousands of years. She placed a secret controlling technique into her ancestors in the supernatural realm and had it passed down through bloodline. That way, after so many years, no one could connect her with some random mortal in a small village. And her plan succeeded, at least partially. The mortal woman named Daji fell in love with Jian Wushuang, and he reciprocated her feelings. However, without her knowing, she secretly poisoned him. Suya's poison was undetectable and took time to activate. And, at the right moment, she started her technique and forced her to kill him directly. In the end, even if the poison did kill Jian Wushuang and only weaken him, he had two options. One is to be killed by the love of his life, or two, kill her with his own hand, thus affecting his mind. By the look of it, he may have killed her and shattered his Tao heart in the process, thought Wang Wei with a deep look. He understood that Suya did this to please her cold and ruthless master. One of the Yin Moon Palace's top disciples married into the sword-casting villa in the last generation and broke the sex rules. And the Yin Moon Saintess did not appreciate such an act of betrayal, especially since that disciple was her sister. So, in that generation, Suya created this plan to get her master's love and appreciation. She hoped that she would receive real maternal love from her for the first time in her life. All those emotional dramas aside, Wang Wei began to look at things differently. From the old beggar's information, he knew that Jian Wushuang became an outlaw in the divine body realm, while Suya began her scheme just after entering the supernatural realm. So, how did Heavenly Tao plot against him? Did it use time laws to know who would be an outlaw in advance? Or did it just use Su Ya's existing scheme and ensure no problem occurred? If it is the former, then things would be more complicated. Wang Wei took one last look at Jian Wushuang. In his current situation, he was essentially eliminated from the battle. Unless he fixed his Tao heart, he is now considered a waste. New_chip_tours are pub_list on L World. See, after shaking his head, Wang Wei flew away to the eastern continent. He headed to the place where Jian Wushuang underwent his trial. As an outlaw, he should have died, but someone survived. He wanted to know how he did it. After a few hours of flying, Wang Wei arrived at his destination, a giant crater thousands of kilometers wide. Without wasting time, he used a new technique that he had developed. He read the fate of the environment. Immediately afterward, the crater disappeared, replaced by a small village. Wang Wei saw that the young girl named Daiji treated many patients with her medical knowledge and cultivation. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang always accompanied her with a bright smile, and she accompanied him when he practiced the sword early in the morning. Then, things went awry. One day, while the couple took a walk in the nearest forest, Jian Wushuang suddenly turned pale before falling to the ground. Then, with cold and indifferent eyes, Daji stabbed him in the heart. Myriad of emotions flashed across his eyes, blood drenching his clothes as he asked her why. But he only received an indifferent look. Before Daji destroyed his soul, a powerful sword will emanated from Jian Wushuang's body, pushing her away. He stood up with great difficulty to walk next to corpses, tears falling down his eyes. He held her body and roared to heaven. Mighty sword Qi came out of his body and instantly wiped out all the villagers within the 1,000 kilometers diameter. Finally, Jian Wushuang passed out, and not long afterward, someone from the sword-casting village appeared from a space crack and picked them both up. Wang Wei watched everything occur, focusing on Jian Wushuang's sword that saved his life. He remembered what his father told him after the beach party. So, he survived because at the last minute, he changed his Tao. Instead of using the Tao of infinity, he used the sword to control infinity. But shouldn't that be the same thing? Why can using the sword to control a Tao be better than controlling the actual Tao? Wang Wei pondered this question dearly, as he had some questions. Why is it that people who cultivate sword Dao to control other Daos are alright? For an example, if someone used a sword of creation that could create myriad things, isn't that the same thing as DT using it? Why would one be an outlaw and the other get to pass? Forget this for now, he thought. Why was it so easy to acquire the information about Jian Wushuang's trial? So far, Heavenly Dao blocked most information regarding the trial, but not this one. His technique worked perfectly fine, and nothing prevented it. Wang Wei raised his head to the sky before sneering. So, you're telling me that I abandoned my Dao, I can save my life? He would rather die than change his Dao. Fate involved his path of becoming free and unfettered, and if he gave it up to survive and change it later, he knew that his Dao heart would forever have a deep flaw that would affect his later cultivation path. Visit lworld.com for a better user experience, and with such a flaw, he would never achieve true freedom. So, this was not an option for him. Wang Wei calculated cause and effect to see if he could find a similar method that Jian Wushuang used. He wanted to gather as much information as possible. And he did find something in one of the karmic threads he secretly placed. So, he decided to visit that person before meeting the old beggar again. Chapter 459. Wang Wei flew to the southeastern part of the eastern continent to a place known as the Dao Exchange Domain. The entire domain was a massive city. He knew of this city as it was commonly referred to as the City of Wealth by most cultivators because only money mattered in that place. After arriving, he did not immediately go to his destination. Instead, he took a tour and enjoyed himself. There are many different in this city. The residence area where poor cultivators lived. The elite area where the rich could live. There was the commercial district, which is the largest area in this city. Numerous loose cultivators gathered to exchange and sell resources. Additionally, many sects and forces, mostly Chamber of Commerce's, have a store in that district to sell items. The Chamber of Commerce Association once tried to control the entire market in the commercial district. However, the creator and true leader of Golden Dawn City, the Loose Cultivator Alliance, stroked them down and almost prevented them from ever entering the city. Wang Wei could not help but think of his information on the Alliance. According to his analysis, they have the potential to be the most potent force in the world. The treasure-hoarding emperor created the Loose Cultivator Alliance back near the middle of the ancient emperor era. Her purpose was to create a safe place for all loose cultivators to safely exchange their resources and fight against the monopoly of these sects and families. The Alliance has survived until now, even without the blessing of Qi luck, like the Dao Opening Sect or the Pill Dao Origin Sect. In terms of the number of great emperors, they should have the most. The myriad emperor world underwent numerous calamities which destroyed countless sects, families, and factions, eradicating many emperors in the process or their legacies. However, the same cannot apply to loose cultivators' emperors. Most of them have no family or sect they care about. They have no restraint. 90% of them displayed similar behavioral patterns during their rise. They refused to enter any sects not to be constrained by the rules and regulations. They would prefer to go into dangerous areas to find rare resources instead of acquiring them by becoming a disciple and exchanging them. Consequently, their way of thinking also influenced their behaviors. During the Incense era and the Devil era, many loose cultivator emperors did not help the world fight. Instead, they would just leave after proving the Tao. Subsequently, most of them did not leave their inheritance to the Loose Cultivator Alliance despite using its service or benefiting from them. In this era, the Alliance officially had 4 great emperors who left a scripture, weapon, and formation for them. And their problem of being too selfish or independent has not changed over time. Throughout history, a few Alliance leaders have tried to turn the Alliance more similar to a faction than a loose alliance of people, but they have all failed. Although most loose cultivators are people with no talent, but are determined to continue walking the path of cultivation, the rest are lawless individuals. And over time, the untalented side will also develop the same mentality as the lawless ones. Of course, another primary reason for their failures is because all the emperor lineages secretly plot against them to hinder their development. They knew that if the alliance succeeded, they would become a truly terrifying force simply because of how many loose cultivators were, especially compared to regular disciples of any factions. Try the L World. See OM platform_ for the most advanced reading experience. While thinking about all this, Wang Wei headed to the nearest transmission array. Should I go to the red light district or the gambling area? I'm a married man, so let's go to the gambling area. So, he played all the gambling games for the next few hours. He took this opportunity to decompress and forget all his worries. At first, his luck was terrible, so he lost a lot of money. But then he began secretly manipulating probability to his advantage, so he won back his money. Wang Wei stood in front of a table with 5 dice in his hand. Many people surrounded him to look at his throw. However, he turned around to see a man with a sophisticated temperament coming straight at him with 2 bodyguards. "Sacred son, it is our greatest pleasure to entertain a guest of your caliber," said the suave young man before cupping his hand and bowed. "However, it would have been best to notify us of your arrival to ensure that we personally entertain you." All the cultivators in the surroundings were a little terrified when they identified the status of the sophisticated young man. However, Wang Wei did not care. Since these people arrived, he knew it was time to get back to business. Without saying anything, he handed a letter to the young man, whose eyes squinted after seeing the words "Battle Invitation" in the front. So, he bowed once again before leaving. However, his 2 goons stood next to Wang Wei and even followed him as he left. Central Area, the headquarters of the Loose Cultivation Alliance. Huang Yuan looked at the letter that his closest advisor handed to him. "Young master, what are you going to do? Do you accept or reject?" "Do I have a choice?" he replied calmly. Huang Yuan knew that his current situation in the alliance was not looking too good. He previously defeated all his competitors and passed numerous trials to become the young alliance leader. However, a few of the vice leaders recently complained that he had not shown other results. They wanted him to fight and defeat the other Heaven Chosens. Huang Yuan's original plan was to defeat all the top 30 Heaven Chosens from the Academy's trial, working his way up from the bottom. However, since the person who killed the first on the list appeared to challenge him, it was a good idea to use him as a stepping stone to strengthen his status. Visit L World. COM for a better reading experience. So, without hesitation, he headed to Coliseum area, where loose cultivators can fight and deal with their grievances. According to the city's laws, fighting is now allowed anywhere else besides that area. After arriving at the arena where the battle would take place, Huang Yuan saw a young man with gray hair and eyes waiting for him. In the private booth, he could feel the breath of many upper echelons of the alliance. However, there were no spectators for this battle. Huang Yuan flew to the stage and landed more than 50 meters from his opponent with a serious look on his face. Just based on aura alone, Huang Yuan knew this was the most powerful enemy he had encountered in his long life. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a slight frown on his face. When he laid eyes on his opponent, he felt that the karma thread he placed on the ladder a few hundred years ago was almost gone. He activated his true eyes to see things more precisely, and he realized that Huang Yuan's body had a passive aura that was slowly removing the thread. This aura also served as a weaker version of his karma unbound body. Moreover, his kidneys constantly throbbed after sensing that aura. Is this related to karmic washing water? He decided to use this battle to read Huang Yuan's fate line to learn the truth. Plus, his calculations pointed towards him, so he wanted to know why. Someone activated the formations to protect the arena, then the battle began. Wang Wei watched as purple lightning flashed across Huang Yuan's body before he punched frowny face Firmament Dragon Light Knight. A massive purple lightning dragon rushed toward Wang Wei to annihilate him. but he just opened his mouth and swallowed it. This lightning is a little weird. However, this Huang Yuan's strength is not bad, already reaching quasi-emperor realm despite still being in the primordial spirit realm. Then, Wang Wei saw his opponent frown slightly before a red thunder armor appeared around his body and rushed towards him. Boom! With one punch, Wang Wei sent him flying away. Full_out, current_novel on L World. See, his arms did not break, so his fleshly body should be quite strong. However, what is my calculation referring to? Could it be that innate weapon that I deduce he had? Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he decided to be more serious, so that Huang Yuan would use that treasure and he could finally know the truth. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan was shocked at how easily his opponent overpowered him, not to mention that his lightning seemed useless. He knew this was no ordinary lightning since he had a special physique. He could rise so quickly and effortlessly in his cultivation journey because of a fortunate encounter he had in the body refining realm. One day, while in the forest to find some spiritual treasure to make up for his lack of talent, he fell off a cliff and discovered a secret realm. He found the dead body of a cultivator who claimed he was from another world community and came here accidentally. He left his inheritance, which was number 69 Heaven Thunder physique, with the condition that his successor must swear the most restrained oath to avenge him. And Huang Yuan did not hesitate to do so before absorbing that cultivator's body along with his physique. And over the years, he tempered his body to an unimaginable level. So, although he knew that Wang Wei had a powerful fleshly body, he did not think that he would lose to anyone, especially members of the younger generations. Wang Wei squinted his yes before clenching his fist. He decided to use 10 Dragon Force to crush his opponent instantly. Then, using his absolute speed, thousands of times the speed of light, he instantly appeared in front of Huang Yuan and punched him. Usually, Wang Wei did not mind fighting for an extended period to learn about his opponent. However, he had already wasted enough time gambling and did not want to continue. As Huang Yuan watched that fist approach him, only one thing came to his mind. I will die, no question asked. Then, a book appeared floating on his head before creating a barrier to protect Huang Yuan. Cracks appeared on the barrier before he was sent crashing into the formations that surrounded the arena. Wang Wei looked at the book and felt the power of life and death so. That's how it is. Another way to pass the trial is to have a powerful, innate treasure carry your main Dao. However, this is essentially a method of using foreign tools. If something were to happen to that aid, my cultivation path would end even if I do not die from the backlash. Visit L-World, COM, for the best no-understanding experience. Wang Wei would never use such a method. Not to mention, where would he find a fate innate treasure? The question is, why is this the case? Does it have to do with innate laws? Chapter 460. Wang Wei knew very little about innate laws, except that primordial gods and innate demons cultivate this type of law. Most of them had innate laws in their bodies, and all they had to do was comprehend them to cultivate. Another form of innate law was from innate treasures. And the only difference between the two is that innate laws are easier to comprehend than normal laws. By studying them, cultivators can also understand normal laws. Cultivators considered innate laws as teachers of heaven and earth. Wang Wei theorized that in the beginning Emperor era, one of the reasons that era was so powerful was because humans or acquired life could study innate laws for the corpse of primordial gods and innate demons. Adding to that a large number of innate treasures in that era, this was indeed an extraordinary time. In terms of strength, there is no difference between innate laws and ordinary ones, at least on the surface. However, he also understood that his knowledge was limited, so Wang Wei decided to find out more. And the fastest way to do so was to see the old beggar again. Huang Yuan stood up before wiping out the blood from the corner of his mouth. Anger flashed across his eyes before he immediately controlled himself. He never suffered this kind of disrespect in his cultivation journey, especially from a junior. And the only time his life came so close to death was when that slut betrayed him. He looked at Wang Wei with a sneer before saying, "I always planned to kill the number 12 Heavenly Thunder physique and swallow him. However, imagine my surprise when I learned that his junior brother schemed and killed him. Is this guy trying to influence my mind? What a shoddy method." If it were not for his unforgettable memory, Wang Wei would have long forgotten who Han Li was. After shaking his head, he clenched his fist to attack again. Huang Yuan acted swiftly this time and used his innate talent, Thunder World. It was a pseudo-domain talent that boosted all thunder-related techniques. As such, thunder and lightning covered the entire arena. Then, Huang Yuan threw a black bolt of lightning. Death Lightning Bolt. This attack traveled countless times faster than speed, and in its journey, it would absorb lightning in the environment to increase its strength. The bolt also contained a potent power of death that could instantly annihilate dozens of Middle Thousand Worlds. Unfortunately, to Huang Yuan's horror, one of his most potent attacks did not leave a scratch on his body. Even his clothes did not leave a single stain. Although that attack was powerful, it was nothing compared to Divine Punishment Thunder or Di Tian's death power. So, it was useless against Wang Wei. New novel_chip_tours are published here, L-World. See, Omi should not underestimate this guy's strength. He might be on par with Wafeng Wang, he thought. In Wang Wei's mind, the list of how much his peers threaten him goes: 1. Di Tian, 2. Lin Fan, 3. Feng Heng and Huafeng Wang. 4. Suya and Jian Wushuang, which he removed from the list. 5. Everyone else. The only exception to this rule is Zhen Biyu, because he has not seen her take action or fight. He cannot judge her ability. Now, he decided to add Huang Yuan to the Tier 3 list. While his opponent had a surprised look on his face, Wang Wei attacked Frowny Face Fate Annihilation Fist. The arena turned black and white for an instant before returning to normal. In that short time, Fate's destructive nature and Wang Wei's overwhelming physical force destroyed everything. Huang Yuan's soul and body, the thunder world surrounding the arena, and even cracks appeared in the formations that prevented their attacks from going outside the confined space of the stadium. They would not have lasted if Wang Wei did not control his strength precisely enough. Then, Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he saw that the black and white book survived his attack intact. Additionally, the book's pages flipped before a wheel came out from it. The wheel rotated counterclockwise, and as it did so, Huang Yuan's body and soul reverted to their original state, reverting life and death. I wonder how many times it can do this. He clenched his hand to attack again. However, an older man in a blue robe appeared in the arena to stop him. The older man had long white hair, but no beard. His fingers were slim, and his eyes resembled a snake. His entire aura was that of a cunning individual. The latest understanding of Crusodes are on the L-World. COM website. Sacred Son, we admit defeat, said the Alliance leader Ren Cheng. Wang Wei looked at him before looking at Huang Yuan, who had just revived himself. Seeing him not say anything else, Wang Wei took this as a sign of surrender. He felt the power of destiny he acquired from this battle. Adding to his small victory against Feng Heng, he almost made up the amount he lost to Di Tian. Wang Wei then took a last look at the book. This thing would be beneficial for my plans. He then left without saying anything. All the other Alliance leaders appeared in the arena and watched him leave with polite smiles on their faces. Once he was far from sight, they began to discuss. I told you that we should not waste any effort to raise a heaven chosen in this generation, said one of them. Who could resist the temptation of cultivating an eternal emperor? At this rate, do you think we have a chance? Not necessarily. We all know that Huang Yuan did not use all his power. And do you think that Sacred Son did? The group quieted down for a moment before the Alliance leader said, We already knew the Sacred Son was an era-suppressing genius like his father, so it is not surprising that he won. We still have some time. As you all know, the Void-Shattering Realm is the time where Heaven Choses can make up the gap with this kind of monster. The others knew that Alliance leader was correct. Law comprehension is the time when many unknown geniuses suddenly begin to shine or make up for the previous gap. They can catch up or even surpass their previous overwhelming powerful peers. However, there is also the chance that these era-suppressing geniuses became even more terrifying. A perfect example of that is Wang Tian in The Last Generation. So, they hoped that Wang Wei was not like his father, but they all knew that this chance was slim. Rinxing looked at the frustrated Huang Yuan and said with a smile, "One defeat means nothing. As I said before, you still have a chance with the aid of the Life and Death book. New novel_chip_tours are published here, L-World." Suem Huang Yuan clenched his fist for a moment and bowed to everyone before leaving. All he could think about was how to become stronger and avenge this defeat. And he had an idea how to. Currently, he only has preliminarily refined the Life and Death book, so the power he can utilize is limited. But now he decided to refine the book as his proving Dao artifact. Although there will be some risks without heavenly Daos immortality, he decided to try, even at the cost of his life. Era, surprising genius, muttered one of the vice leader. Speaking of which, what happened to the D clan's young master? The pavilion once said he was the only one more powerful than the sacred sun. Do you think he died as the rumors circulating stated? Probably not. If such a genius died, there should be heaven and earth phenomenon to tell the entire world. I think something might have gone wrong with his cultivation. This could explain why he has not appeared in the past thousands of years. I think he is overconfident and decided to cultivate and retreat until the time for the heavenly battle. Before leaving, the vice leaders briefly discussed possible reasons for Di Tian's disappearance for a few minutes. Ultimately, they did not know or guess that someone sealed him. As for the strange mountain that appeared on the western continent that the D clan took over, many people believe that it was some rare resource the clan possessed. After leaving, Wang Wei stopped once he was in another domain. As he floated in the sky, he closed his mind to review the information he received after secretly reading Huang Yuan's fate line. So, his karma-protecting ability is because he once bathed in a pool of karmic washing water. How lucky! He waved his hand, and a yellow orb appeared. This was the aura on Huang Yuan's body. When Wang Wei killed him, he secretly sealed it and took it away. Without hesitation, he absorbed it. Immediately afterward, he felt his pseudo-karma unbound body further strengthened. He took a small step towards being unbound by all mortal karma. What a waste. If I had that pool, I could cultivate a true unbound body. After shaking his head, he focused on the other memories he had acquired. He slightly pondered when he saw what Huang Yuan did to the woman who betrayed him. Maybe I can use this Fan Qianhan to get my hands on that book. Finally, he rushed to see the old beggar. Visit L-World. See OM for a better reading experience. Chapter 461. Different methods. Wang Wei headed straight to the Blood Earth Forbidden Land to see the old beggar. After entering his cottage, he told him about Jian Wushuang's trial and his discovery of innate laws. Then he asked him about his confusion. The eyes of the old beggar turned golden as he seemed to be calculating something. All the knowledge in existence seemed to flash in his eyes. The answer to both your questions are essentially the same. Jian Wushuang's situation involved the concept of law resonance. Wang Wei frowned as he remembered his father mentioned this term in passing when he was young, but he never explained it. There are 3 paths for swordsmen to follow regarding laws, continued the old beggar. The first one is only to comprehend pure sword laws. The second is to combine sword laws with another law, and finally, to understand sword laws and use law resonance. Pure sword laws cultivators are people like your father. They believe in the supremacy of the sword as the ultimate attack Dao. They are usually the more powerful swordsmen since they pursue the state of one sword breaks myriad laws. They cultivate basic sword moves like cutting, slashing, or piercing to the level of laws and elevated them to the point of confronting even supreme laws. The second path are swordsmen like Jian Wushuang, who cultivate another law with their sword. And this is the group of swordsmen that can become outlaws. The last path are swordsmen who also cultivate pure sword laws. However, their talent, dedication, or sword will is not enough to reach the level of the first path. So, they chose another method to make up for their attack power. They did not want to comprehend another law, which would corrupt their sword heart and weaken them. So, they developed the method of law resonance. They can use their laws to resonate with others and borrow their power. In Jian Wushuang's case, he abandoned cultivating the Tao of infinity and used law resonance instead. To be precise, he returned to the third path since he was previously on it before becoming an outlaw. After thinking about this information, Wang Wei understood this was a battle of philosophy or ideas. Swordsmen focused on the purity of their sword heart and will. A perfect example is his father. He dedicated his life and heart to the sword to the point of refusing to temper his body not to affect his swordsmanship. And Wang Wei knew some swordsmen more extreme than him. They refused to marry or have a family because of their love for the sword. Many of these extremists do not like his father because Wang Tian is so powerful despite not dedicating everything to the sword, just like them. In Sword Tao, purity determined how powerful a swordsman was. Whether it is the second or third path, they're usually more powerful than the second one. And the only exception to this fact is if the second path becomes an outlaw. Cultivating laws like time, destruction, second path swordsmen can be on par with the first path, if not more powerful, especially if they're also talented with their sword laws. So, are you saying that if I change to the third path of Sword Tao, I could pass the trial? Wrote Wang Wei in the air. Possible. From your information, it is evident that heavenly Tao allowed outlaws to pass the trial as long as they weakened their Tao. If you did this, the power of fate you would be able to use would diminish, and you would fit in this category. But I do not know whether this would apply to us supreme outlaws. In the end, this question is meaningless since you would never do this with your Tao heart dedicated to achieving absolute freedom. Wang Wei knew the old beggar was correct about him. He would only accept a way to thoroughly pass this trial and have total control of the fate Tao. Of course, if it were up to him, he would like to slap heavenly Tao and ask who gave it the right to test him. Unfortunately, he cannot do that. What about innate laws? Asked Wang Wei. Primordial gods and innate demons can only use innate laws. If humans or acquired lives want to use them, they must rely on innate treasures, thus limiting them in some ways. So, this method could work. Wang Wei understood that one method to pass the trial is to limit the power of the law cultivated, whether through a technique like law resonance or foreign aid like innate treasures. However, he did not want to use either of these methods. After this conversation, he had a new idea but wanted more information. So, what exactly is so unique about innate laws? Why is it that innate demon gods do not have to become outlaws? Most innate demon gods are restricted to the laws they are born with. So a fire primordial god could only cultivate fire innate law. So, it's all about restrictions, huh? The entire purpose of this trial is to prove that a person is worthy of cultivating some powerful laws. If not, cultivators either die, place some restrictions, or purposely weaken themselves. As for what is unique about innate laws, continued the old beggar, I only know that no world can restrict innate laws. Wang Wei understood the meaning behind these words. Every world, in every world communities has slightly different laws. Cultivators must understand the laws of heaven and heaven in the void-shattering realm. However, the laws they comprehend are the laws of the myriad emperor world. So, if a void-shattering cultivator traveled in the endless void, they must take time to adapt to the laws of other worlds. This is why Wang Wei had to modify the divine runes when he tried to place an array on the sun in the heavenly profound continent. The issue of law adaptation is critical and also determines how great a cultivation system is. For example, in the origin system, this problem is dealt with in the saint realm. Cultivators can forcibly change the laws of heaven and earth with their domain and do not need to adapt. And in the supreme realm, their Dharma body is the physical embodiment of their laws and does not need to adjust to using them. Additionally, their laws have evolved into Tao at this stage. In the quasi-emperor realm, cultivators fused with their Dharma body to create a Tao body, and they have a Tao fruit, which makes them the source of their laws and not restricted by heaven and earth. Other cultivation systems that use domain, void caves, or universes inside the body do not need to adapt. However, the profound energy system that cultivates the laws in the realms similar to quasi-emperor would face such an issue. And based on the old beggar's words, all innate demon gods are born with this ability. These innate life forms are truly heaven's favored son despite all the restrictions they also have. So, what if I turn myself into a primordial god with fate innate laws? Could I pass this trial? He had the fiend god body, 12 revolution, and a dragon spine. Wang Wei believed that he could create such a method. Without wasting time, he tried whether this method was viable. He asked the old beggar for a clean room inside the cottage and laid out his own formation inside before beginning to deduce the possible success of this plan. With the future Buddha's self, he began to see possible timelines based on his current thought process and decisions. Wang Wei decided to slight overdraft his soul to increase the deduction. A month later, he opened his eyes with a tired look. I really need a way to increase the deduction of this future Buddha's self. Wang Wei saw a few timelines, but they all had the same problems. This method took too much time. Only after the 10th revolution could Wang Wei revert to an innate life and become a fiend god. However, that level also involved the domain of the great emperor or being of a similar level. And to make up for the gap between himself and immortal entities, a lot of time is required. The time that he did not have. In all the timelines he saw, something would occur that forced him to leave the Tao opening sect while studying a way to become an innate demon god. So, he decided to see a timeline where he refused to leave the sect. The result was that an accident occurred in one of his experiments, which resulted in a tear in the void that swallowed him and teleported him away. Then, he died as always. In another timeline, someone sneaked inside the sect and managed to take him away before killing him. In one extreme timeline, he saw that even if he hid deep inside one of the sect's secret realm, some random and unnatural event occurred that disturbed the operation of the entire Tao opening sect. Then, someone sneaked into the secret realm before killing him. And his killer is always the shadowy figure with the saber. Ultimately, he decided to settle for being a primordial god instead of a fiend god. With his chi flower producing innate chi, the dragon bone, and the fiend god scripture, he drastically reduced the time needed for the final transition. But it was still not enough. Finally, Wang Wei stopped his calculation for 3 reasons. Firstly, he found his future Buddhist self too slow in deducing different timelines. It was too draining on himself if he wanted to shorten the time for even one deduction. So he needed to fix that. Secondly, his intuition told him this solution was not the best for him. At the very least, if succeeded, there might be consequences. No, the exact feeling was that he would miss a great opportunity essentially to his path of becoming free and unfettered. Wang Wei guessed that defeating that saber wielder might benefit his cultivation path instead of avoiding him. It could be because a victory would sublimate his state of mind, or some treasure or cultivation technique his killer has that may benefit him greatly. So, how powerful is this saber fiend? Maybe he is not powerful, but very intelligent? Thought Wang Wei. The real reason that he stopped was that he had another idea. So, he went to see the old beggar to ask. People with the absolute chaos physique get a pass at cultivating outlaws Daos. What if they cultivate one of the supreme Daos? Would they become supreme outlaws or regular outlaws? The old beggar paused for a moment before his eyes turned golden. A few minutes later, he answered, they can cultivate one supreme Tao without any consequences. As expected, thought Wang Wei. Heavenly Tao grants the heavenly physiques to individuals, so it is customary to give favors to the chosen ones with the first and most potent physique. Although it is not fair, There has never been any fairness in the universe, especially in the cultivation world. Do you want to take Lin Fan's physique as a way to pass the trial? Asked the old beggar, and Wang Wei only nodded his head. Technically speaking, it should be impossible to have two heavenly physiques. However, there are rumors that the primordial Venerate Emperor, the second emperor of the Five-Element Palace, had both the five-element balanced physique and the yin-yang eyes. So, maybe it is possible. Wang Wei believed that the only reason the Saber Fiend could defeat or kill him so quickly was because of Heavenly Dao's help. A perfect example is that he could not find the slightest information about them. Heavenly Dao is very likely hiding all secrets related to him. If he could pass the trial and remove Heavenly Dao's protection of a saber wielder, he could be more proactive, find and kill him. Wang Wei nodded his head before giving the old beggar a contract. Then he wrote in the air, "Sign it, and let me read your fate line." A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. The old beggar sighed as he understood the reason. He knew too much and could be used against him in the trial. So, he signed it without hesitation. The old beggar also knew that even with all the array he had around, he could not stop this monster if he decided to kill him at all cost. Plus, most of the arrays around were for hiding purposes, not for attack. After taking the signed contract and reading the old beggar's fate line, Wang Wei nodded as he removed most of his suspicions. Plus, he learned a lot of secrets, some of which would greatly benefit him. He also learned that the old beggar planned to find an innate treasure suitable for his Dao to pass the trial. Then he left. He had an idea on how to increase the ability of his future Buddhist self, so he went to execute it. Chapter 462. Wang Wei returned to a small village in the central continent. He floated in the air, looking at a beautiful young woman with green hair. She had numerous lights of light coming from the sky to enter her body. After a few minutes, a clone identical to her appeared, except that the clone had black hair instead. Once the clone appeared, she changed her face into a normal-looking woman before integrating into the village. Her scripture might help me with my current problem. Then, a vision of the future appeared in Wang Wei's mind. He tried to negotiate an exchange with Suya, but she refused. Finally, they fought. Wang Wei then controlled the power of time to see another future. He sneak attacked her, trying to instantly read her memories and get what he wants from her soul. Unfortunately, she blew herself up before he succeeded. There was no hesitation. So, he began to deduce the third future. Unfortunately, before he could even start, he heard a clear and melodious voice. "I know you're here, so come out." Wang Wei was momentarily confused about how she detected him. He looked around to see if she was referring to someone else, but his senses could not detect anything. So he stopped hiding and appeared. "How did you discover me?" He wrote in the air. He was confident in his hiding method since he studied the Shadow Ruler Emperor's scripture. "He's not speaking? I wonder the reason." "You may have perfectly hidden your aura, soul, and energy fluctuation, but I can still see the strong emotions surrounding you," replied Suya. Anger, grief, and anxiety. What a strange combination. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He closed his eyes to feel his body and emotions, and he could feel that an invisible aura based on desires and emotions emanated from his body. He then controlled it to hide it inside his body. This short interaction taught him another method of sensing people. Suya frowned after detecting what happened. His comprehension is too scary, she thought. "So to what I bring this visit? I want to make an exchange with you," wrote Wang Wei despite knowing his chances of success were not high. "Visit. For the best no under 3 experience again. The last time we made a deal, I suffered. I doubt that. So what do you want this time?" "I want your Tao scripture, the Death Survival book." "Are you serious?" asked Suya with a mocking look. "I know I'm asking much, but I don't need the entire scripture, just the part about using emotions to create clones. The price is negotiable." While saying these, he was also calculating the future. However, Wang Wei discovered that although he could defeat his opponent, she had no fear of death and had many ways to escape. "I refuse," replied Suya. Wang Wei sighed after hearing this, made a sword finger, and slashed in the air, cutting countless yellow strings. Immediately, Su Ya's face changed as she felt that more than 100,000 of her clones had instantly died. "The power of karma," she muttered with gritted teeth. Causality was her nemesis. If all her clones died, then anyone could kill her. And based on how effortless Wang Wei's attack was, she knew he could probably kill more than just 100,000. "If I wanted to kill you, I don't need to go through all that struggle." After writing these words, Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a strange power, the Duyi realm. Although Suya did not know what this power was, she could feel it could kill her without destroying all her clones, meaning that if she died, all her clones would follow soon. Her face became very difficult to look at it. She took a deep breath to calm down and think about the situation. Her face became calm and indifferent as many people flashed across her eyes. "I agree with you, trade. So what do you want?" "I want a talisman that can summon the River of Fate." Wang Wei pondered for a moment before his eyes lighted up. He guessed that she wanted to gather emotions and desires. The River of Fate contained the lives of all individuals that existed, currently exist, and will exist. As such, it is the perfect place to gather emotions and desires, thus drastically increasing Su Ya's cultivation and strength. So, after mulling it over for a few seconds, he said, "Visit. For a better user experience, no problem, but I can only summon a projection of the River of Fate in the Myriad Emperor world. However, there should be no problem in the lower realm." Wang Wei did not lose in this deal. Additionally, he could use her idea for his benefit. As for Suya, she did not mind as well since she could still achieve her goal from the projection. Additionally, she can go to the lower realm if needed. Then, the two signed a contract with the highest restriction after checking that no one schemed against one another. Wang Wei then used his finger to write countless runes in the sky. Then, he used the power of heaven and earth to condense them into a talisman. Heavenly tribulations appeared, and the talisman underwent law baptizement before finishing. Finally, they made their exchange. The moment Suya received the talisman and handed the technique, 8 books appeared behind her, creating a multicolored ball that rushed toward Wang Wei, who sighed after seeing this sneak attack. He knew what she wanted to do. That ball contained an enormous amount of 7 emotions and 6 desires. And if it hit him, he would experience the worst imaginable demon heart tribulation. The kind of demon heart that can drive even someone like him insane or shatter his Tao heart. Wang Wei clenched his fist and punched with slight anger in his eyes. Boom! The entire domain, bigger than clusters of galaxies in his previous life, trembled. He used all 47 dragon force. The force of that attack annihilated the multicolored ball before continue moving forward. Fear appeared in Suya's eyes. She knew that this attack would kill her if hit. She felt she suffered in all her interactions with this sacred son, so she wanted to take this opportunity where he was vulnerable and deal a severe blow to him. However, she soon realized she had made a mistake. She had become too cocky after her success against Jian Wushuang. She forgot that the person in front of him was considered an air-suppressing genius by many people. She controlled her emotions and activated the 8 books to create a pink shield to protect her. Then, a void crack appeared to swallow her. She wanted to run away. Wang Wei frowned after seeing that shield. He could feel the power of love. It was as if the entire world loved Suya, and she condensed that love into the ultimate protection. Is this the power of an Emperor artifact? Most Heaven Chosens will not have access to their sex Emperor artifact until the Supreme Realm to prevents over-reliance and protects them from destroying their foundation after using it. Because of how powerful these things are, if a person's strength is not enough, the artifact will absorb their cultivation, soul power, and vitality. Visit. For the best known energy experience, the exception to this rule seemed to be Suya. All the great emperors of the Moon Palace had the 7 emotions, 6 desires physique, and they fused their artifacts and scriptures into a book with 7 pages. Each page contained a scripture involving the Tao of emotions and desires, and served as an emperor artifact. As the owner of the same physique, Suya can use the power of that artifact without paying a high price, albeit she cannot use its full power. As Wang Wei watched Suya run away, he sneered. He used the secret karmic thread on her to cast a technique. Fate of misfortune. Enjoy your bad luck. He then returned home, heading straight to a retreat. He wanted to create numerous future Buddhist self with the power of emotions. And at first, everything went smoothly as the power of emotions ideally suited this Buddhist scripture. However, Wang Wei realized that the second future Buddhist self would dissipate a few seconds after being condensed. It did not matter how much emotion he used. In the end, he discovered that he needed time power to condense the other future Buddhist self. With no choice, he had to gather some from the time acceleration array and use time-related resources from his sect. Unfortunately, he only had enough resources for 32 new future Buddhist self, in addition to the one he already had. Although slightly disappointed that he could not have millions of them, when Wang Wei realized the terror of this technique, he understood the restriction. For example, when comprehending the law, he can use one future Buddhist self to take his comprehension of that law a year into the future and merge it with his present self. Then, the second self will take his comprehension a year in the future of the first self, repeating this cycle to the 33rd self. In other words, Wang Wei's cultivation of 1 year equals everybody else's 33 years without using a time formation or affecting his lifespan. And with more future Buddhist self, the more time he will have. Not to mention his already existing heaven-defying comprehensions. Wang Wei was delighted with this discovery since he could make up for a problem he discovered with his fate incarnation plans, time. According to his calculation, it would probably take him over 100,000 years to reach the quasi-emperor realm and begin the heaven-will battle. And since he can only create his incarnation after the void-shattering realm, each of the 9 incarnations will have even less time to cultivate to the quasi-realm. Meanwhile, Tian lived for more than 9 reincarnations and assumed that life he could survive until the end of his lifespan, which meant he had 9 million years to cultivate and comprehend the Tao based on the average lifespan of the Supreme Realm. Well, it is even worse. Quasi-emperors have at least 5 million years of lifespan. Adding to that Tian's fleshly body, that's another 5 million years of life at the minimum. If he ever had a physique during his rise, that's another 3 million years. Plus, with life-extending pills and resources, it's not impossible to live 15 to 20 million years in each reincarnation. Although Wang Wei had confidence in his paragon quality soul, he was not confident to make up that gap with just the 9 reincarnations. But now, things were different. He had the utmost confidence that he can make up the time. Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 463. After dealing with a future Buddhist self, issue, Wang Wei immediately began deducing the future to discover how to have 2 heavenly physiques. The first step of the deduction involves seeing a future where he defeats and captures Lin Fan. To his surprise, out of every 100 deductions, there are 2 of them where he lost. So, this guy has a 2% chance of winning against me? Wang Wei was not surprised as he knew no battle was 100% guaranteed. However, he wanted to know what kind of trump card Lin Fan had to win against him. Unfortunately, the future he could see was still blurry as he could only see a few brief scenes. He did not know whether it was because he did not understand the laws of time, Heavenly Tao interfered, or Lin Fan comprehended the laws of time so he could protect himself. Most likely, a combination of the 3. Nevertheless, he can still see the outcome of the battle. Of his 98 victories, he only captured Lin Fan 10 times while he escaped the other times. Then, Wang Wei began different experiments by studying the latter's body. After numerous experiments, other ideas, and many timelines, he found a successful method. He gave up his fate puppeteer physique to take Lin Fan's absolute chaos physique. Then, he cultivated the Tao of fate. Using this method, he no longer saw his death and passed the trial. However, he did not discover the identity of the saber wielder to kill him, which was odd. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not use this method as he became greedy. He wanted the two physiques. So, he continued his deduction until he found the answer he wanted. Heavenly physiques are fragments of law embedded in the body that strengthen the owner's foundation, increase their cultivation speed and battle strength, and help them comprehend the law. So, Wang Wei tried to use his primordial spirit to hold the chaos law fragment. Unfortunately, the law fragment also baptized the soul, so having a second law fragment will lead to rejection. So, he tried creating a clone with some of his spirit particles. He even removed the aura of fate law inside. But this method did not work as the rejection reaction still occurred. In the end, Wang Wei split his primordial spirit into two after fusing all the spirit particles, dividing it into the primary and secondary souls. The primary soul contained the fate law fragments, and he also returned them to their spirit particle state. As for the secondary soul, it contained the chaos law fragment. This method almost succeeded, but ultimately failed at the last minute. So, Wang Wei continued his deduction until he discovered the reason. The secondary soul needed a connection in the physical body, and that anchor was also required to hold the chaos law fragment. So, he created a second heart inside his body as the anchor. Visit. For the best notice of NG experience finally, he succeeded in having both the absolute chaos physique and the fate puppeteer physique. The only sequelae to this method were that he needed to spend some time healing after splitting his soul. Nevertheless, he did not die and passed the trial, although the saber wielder did not show. Wang Wei guessed that without Heavenly Tao scheming, the two never met path, so he needed to find him personally or her. Unfortunately, now is not the time. Wang Wei felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder with a solution to his situation. He could now breathe more easily. So, he exited his retreat to tell his mother the news before going after Lin Fan. On his way there, he saw Wang Ju waiting for him, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. "Young master, Lin Fan is dead. Are you serious? This is no joking matter?" He gestured with his hand. "Before you retreat, you told me to watch his whereabouts. And I did." Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm down. "When did this happen?" "About 3 years after you enter seclusion. There was heaven and earth vision after his death, and everything. This time, it only took 15 years in retreat, so he could not understand how things had changed so much in such a short time." Wang Wei asked about all her information on the matter and rushed to get something in the resources hall before running to the eastern continent. He arrived at a large mansion with an artificial beach and pool. A few people guarded this place, but Wang Wei used a spiritual attack to put these people to sleep. Then he used his fate reading technique to witness the events of this place. And as expected, unlike Jian Wuxuan's situation, he could only see blurred. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took a golden orb and sacrificed it to increase his technique. In the past few hundred years of his seclusion, the sect gathered more merit from his new pseudo-pill refinement method. Finally, he saw everything that occurred with absolute clarity. Lin Fan and Shishu held 2 crystal glasses as they drank. "I have to say, I missed the drinks at the beach party. My father has spent countless years and resources trying to recreate some of the tastes. Unfortunately, he could only create a subpar version," commented Su Shi. Visit. For the best no-underfilm of NG experience, indeed. That party was a unique experience. While happily chatting, the couple suddenly felt that something activated the arrays in the mansion, so they hurriedly went to check it out. They soon discovered an injured young woman with green hair crashed into the formation. Based on the remaining void fluctuation, they could tell she accidentally teleported into this place and hit the house's formation. After checking the young lattice injuries, Su Shi and Lin Fan's faces suddenly changed. The same was for Wang Wei, who witnessed all of this. And that is because the young woman was Suya. Husband, what should we do? Since she is here and injured, let's kill and eliminate her for the competition. As he said that, he raised his hand to mobilize the laws of karma. Lin Fan had long planned how to kill a person like Suya, just like Wang Wei. Before Lin Fan could finish the job, Suya slowly opened her eyes to look at Su Shi, who held her. What a beautiful woman. Is this the immortal world? She muttered. No, who are you? Both Su Shi and Lin Fan frowned. Don't you recognize me? Should I? Replied Suya with confusion. Wait, who am I? What's my name? The frown on the two's faces became deeper. It was a terrible tactic for Suya to fake memory loss in her current situation. A flash of brilliance passed through Su Shi's eyes. It seems that you injured yourself in the previous battle, she replied with a gentle smile. Let me check your soul. Oh, okay. Su Shi checked her primordial spirit with caution while Lin Fan was on guard. He guessed that his wife had some wicked idea, so he decided to go along with it for now. The latest _course ODs are on _the website. Then, Su Shi told him through divine sense that Su Ya's primordial spirit was indeed injured, which could be the reason for her memory loss. What are you thinking? This is the perfect opportunity, replied Su Shi. We can convince her that you're her husband. With her strength and talent, she could be a great boost to you during the heavenly battle. Lin Fan agreed after thinking for a moment, as this was a great idea. You honor. Don't you remember me? I'm your husband? Said Lin Fan as he approached. Suya frowned after hearing this. She felt something was wrong for a moment, but was immediately reassured after seeing the beautiful sister nod her head. So, my name is Yuana? Yes, your name is Zi Yuan. I'm sure you have many questions, but let me check your injuries first. It will be painful, so do not resist. Although puzzled, Suya understood that she injured herself in a previous battle that resulted in losing her memories. Lin Fan entered her sea of consciousness and pretended he wanted to treat her injuries. Instead, he placed a seal on her memories while forcing the 7 Emotions, 6 Desires book out. Without Su Ya's resistance, and the fact that the book is in its weakest state to allow for use by a mortal, the process was easier than Lin Fan anticipated. Then, he opened a space crack and sent it to a random location. He knew the Moon Palace must have a method to track its location, so he had to get rid of it. He knew the palace would care more about the book's disappearance than Su Ya's. After dealing with the possible problems, these two scheming couples began to act in a beautiful drama. They told Suya of her past and the romantic story of how Lin Fan swapped her feet. They told her about how deep their love for one another was. However, Wang Wei noticed something odd with Suya. Her gaze sparkled whenever she looked at Su Shi, but she was very reserved regarding Lin Fan. As time passed, she became very close to Su Shi to the point she seemed too dependent on her, even obsessed. Then, one day she suddenly changed. She warmed up to Lin Fan and even addressed him as a husband. She accompanied him more often and even learned to cook for him. Their plans seemed to be working perfectly without any itch. Then, a fateful event occurred. The latest _SODs are on _the website. Chapter 464. Suya sat next to Lin Fan with her head lowered. Her cheek was slightly red, and she did not dare look at him. What is it, you honor? Asked Lin Fan after finishing writing his understanding of heaven and earth into a scholarly scripture. He picked up this habit during the slaughter trial as a practice to hone his mind and not be affected by the endless killing. Husband, you honor, I is ready to serve you. Her face became even redder than a baboon's, but, oh, what did you cook today? Asked Lin Fan, still looking at the paper in his hand. You honor means Tioto, fulfill her wife duty. Lin Fan finally understood her meaning, so he looked at her. He quickly noticed her red cheeks. Lust flashed across his eyes for a moment before he quickly hid it. He softly raised Su Ya's head from her chin and said with a smile, "Yuan her, you don't have to hurry. I know your memories have not returned, so it is best to wait. There is no need to force yourself." Immediately, sadness could be seen on Su Ya's face. Does husband not want me? Is it because I am useless? Tears began to fall from her eyes. Of course not, replied Lin Fan, quickly holding her in his arm. I just want to ensure you're healthy and ready. Despite his words, Suya did not stop crying. Instead, she kept muttering that she was useless as a wife. All right, we will pick a day, and you can serve me. Really? She asked with a smile. Lin Fan could not resist such a simple yet heavenly smile. Although the corner of her eyes still had tears, she appeared very at the mere thought. Of course. Then, I will ask Sister Su Shi for tips to better serve you. She then left the room, as joy could easily be detected in each step. As Lin Fan watched all of this, all he thought to himself, once she becomes my woman, this plan has a higher chance of success. And even if she remembers, later on, this will plant a flaw in her state of mind and reduce her threat as a competitor. The latest in her episodes are on her website. Of course, he planned to kill her if she remembered immediately, but that was not necessary for now. 3 days later, Suya dressed in a beautiful dress personally chosen by Su Shi, and she waited inside their main bedroom. After entering the room, Lin Fan momentarily lost his composure because of her beauty. Finally, they practiced the Tao of yin and yang, literally and metaphorically. Lin Fan knew a few dual cultivation techniques, and he used one of them to blend their primordial yang and yin. Using its power, he tempered his fleshly body along with Su Ya's. The following day, she woke up with a smile on her face. However, after feeling slight pain, she looked down to see blood trickling. Husband, is this our first time? Although she did not have her memory, she did learn some basic knowledge from her sister Su Shi. Yes, it is. When we married, you were cultivating a unique technique that prevented you from breaking your body until the primordial spirit realm. Then, as you know, the terrible battle occurred, and we were busy, so we never had the opportunity. Lin Fan was also slightly surprised. He thought Suya had a lot of experience regarding this matter. It may be because she portrayed herself as a charming little fox. So, although she did not have a partner, he thought she had plenty of experience with men. I wonder if the rumors about her were true, thought Lin Fan before removing this idea from his mind. Now, these things did not matter. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who had a front seat to this animalistic mating ritual, frowned after witnessing everything. He thought something would happen during this session, but he was wrong. So, he focused on the remaining events. 3 months passed. Suya rushed to Lin Fan's room and yelled, "Husband, I am with child." What? Lin Fan instantly appeared next to her, before gently using his divine sense to check her body. And as expected, he felt a tiny and fragile life growing inside her. The latest in her episodes are on her website. Additionally, he could feel the bloodline connection to this small life. I am a father, muttered Lin Fan softly with a daze. Then, a few seconds later, he laughed out loud before roaring. I am a father. Although he never planned to have children so early, the idea of becoming a father suddenly elated him. Congratulations, Sister Ziyuan. Congratulations, husband, said Su Shi with a genuine smile on her face. With his child as an anchor, their plans have an even higher chance of success. Lin Fan secretly notified the Academy of this news, but did not tell his family yet. He decided to stay in this place until the child was born to ensure that no problem occurred with Suya. After that, the family of 3 celebrated this news. He did not want her to visit some place that jolted her memory, making her discover his seal. So more than 2 years passed. By now, Suya had a slight belly, but it appeared that she was not close to giving birth. And this was normal. Unlike mortals, a cultivator's pregnancy is usually between 3 to 9 years. As for the more powerful and wealthy, they can go on for a dozen, 100, and even 1,000 years. For example, Yu Yin carried Wang Wei for 184 years before he was born. And the main reason for such a short pregnancy was that she wanted him to be delivered at the right moment. Female cultivators usually delay their pregnancy to avoid the issue of karma. For example, they do not give birth to their children until the new generation begins. This is why most of the Heaven Chosens are born around the same time. Although 3 years passed in the projection, only a few minutes passed for Wang Wei. Nevertheless, he observed every single detail. And the only anomaly he noticed so far was Su Ya's gaze when she looked at Su Shi. That was the gaze of lust and desire. Finally, something happened that Wang Wei did not anticipate. One day, Suya told everybody she did not feel well and wanted to be alone. And once she had some privacy, she muttered to herself, "Visit. For a better user experience, let's see if that thing in my memory is useful." She plunged her hand in her heart to remove 3 drops of source blood. Then, she drew a bunch of scribbles on the ground. It appeared to be some weird ceremony. After finishing, she plunged her hand straight into her abdomen to rip out something. Her unborn and undeveloped fetus. Although it had been over 2 years, the fetus only had a head and upper torso. The shape of the other body parts could barely be distinguished. Suya looked at her with cold and indifference. However, sadness and regret could be seen deep in those eyes. "I'm sorry, little one, but this is the only way for me and sister Su Shi to be together." She placed the fetus in the middle of the scribble on the floor. "Hope this bloodline curse is effective." The room suddenly turned red as the scribbles lighted up, and Suya began to chant a very long incantation in a strange language. The fetus disintegrated before turning into a glowing blood-red rune. And at that exact moment, Lin Fan and Su Shi barged into the room. He felt that the life force of his unborn child became extremely weak, so he rushed as he feared that something had happened to both of them. And the moment he stepped inside, the blood-red rune rushed to his body. Lin Fan protected himself with countless methods, but they appeared useless. Noticing that this thing seemed connected to his bloodline, he tried to use karma to cut it off, but it was useless. And after entering his body, the curse rapidly began to kill him. His fleshly body, primordial chaos physique, or law powers were all useless. So, he began to try all the methods he knew to save his life. "How could you be so vicious?" yelled Su Shi as she thought that Suya had regained her memories. "This is the only way for us to be together. He has to die." Su Shi did not understand what she meant, but this was not the time. She rushed to Lin Fan's side to see if he could help. Meanwhile, the latter's face became ashen. He clenched his fist and punched Suya, flying away. Lin Fan thought that maybe by killing the caster of this curse, he could get rid of her. The latest _corsodies are on the website. Unfortunately, his strength had reduced too much for his attack to be effective. At the same time, he rapidly approached death, and he did not know what to do until he remembered something. Chapter 465. Lin Fan took out his death talisman to activate it. However, the moment he looked at it, he felt something was wrong. It appeared as if it was not functional. No matter how much origin essence he injected inside, or how much he checked, it was useless. For a brief moment, Lin Fan despaired, but he rapidly controlled himself. He knew to remain calm for the slightest chance of survival, since this was not the first time he was on the verge of death. He then focused on how to deal with the current situation. He used the law of time to stop his body in his present state and prevent deterioration, while also using death law to negate his death. Unfortunately, Lin Fan realized that this method only bought him a few more minutes. Luckily, this was more than enough for him. He decided to take this moment between life and death to understand curse law to deal with the problem. As for Su Shi, she kept on crying while injecting her origin essence into his body to help. Regrettably, she could not even detect that curse, let alone help. While these two dealt with their issue, Suya, who was previously sent flying, suddenly open her eyes. She immediately frowned as countless memories flooded into her mind. She remembered her life as Zi Yuan, and disgust and hatred flashed across her eyes. How dare he take advantage of me? She used a spell to heal some of her injuries by transferring them to her clones before getting up. She looked at the Lin fan, squirming on the floor, trying to survive. This is the perfect time to kill him. So he took a small step forward before stopping. She remembered how she underestimated her opponent before and got herself into the current situation. She would not make the same mistake again. So, instead of approaching Lin Fan to attack, she activated the bloodline curse she previously used. She knew that this was a terrifying curse that could ignore levels. Even a mortal can kill a quasi-emperor with that curse, as long as they achieve the harsh condition of bearing the target's offspring or bloodline. And in her years of studying the curse, she understood that hatred and grievances were the primary sources of that curse. So, without hesitation, she gathered a massive amount of these negative emotions to strengthen the curse. Immediately afterward, Lin Fan vomited a mouthful of black blood, and Suya ran away. She saw madness in Lin Fan's eyes, so she decided to be more cautious in case he did something terrible before his death. Additionally, she was not in the best state of mind after what happened to her, so she quickly escaped. Meanwhile, Lin Fan soon understood that he would not make it alive in this situation. He tried a tactic that one of his opponents in the slaughter trial did: use a reincarnation law to escape his current predicament. Unfortunately, the strengthened version of this curse seemed to have attached to the concept of his existence, so even after reincarnation, he would not escape death. Without any choice, he accepted his death. He looked at his favorite wife, thinking about their time together. He thought about how she was always by his side, supporting him with all her capability. He smiled before saying, "I'm sorry, Shire, but I cannot accompany you anymore." "Husband, don't say things like this. Just wait a while, and the academy will soon come. You'll be fine. Visit. For a better user experience, unfortunately, it will be too late by then," he replied with a smile. "Before I go, I will give you one last gift." A seed with Dao rhymes appeared before Lin Fan along with his space ting. Then his face instantly became paler. "A Dao-level inheritance seed," said Su Shi in shock. "Husband, you can't. It is for the best." Su Shi looked at the seed in front of her, knowing full well the implications behind it. Inheritance seed is a method some lineages use to pass their powers to other people. Using this method, a quasi-emperor can turn a mortal into the same realm as them by giving them their powers. That mortal would inherit their origin essence, soul strength, fleshly body, and even laws. Of course, only high-level inheritance seed can accomplish this. Additionally, most people who use inheritance seed cannot surpass their transferer, nor can they participate in the heavenly battle. The only exception to this rule is Dao-level inheritance seeds. With it, a person can inherit the talent, foundation, potential, state of mind, and even Dao heart of the transferer. They can inherit everything from them. So, Su Shi knew that with this seed, she could perfectly inherit all of Lin Fan's strengths and abilities. So, after pondering about it for a while, she absorbed the seed, an act that made Lin Fan smile. His action was not simply because of how much he loved or his generosity. He wanted to make a last struggle, the final gamble. He hoped that one day, once she became powerful enough, she could find a way to revive him. "I'm sorry I will not be able to see you again," said Lin Fan as he gathered his strength to raise his arm and caress her face. "I wonder what our future would have been like. Would we have kids? How many of them? A boy or a girl? They would be handsome and beautiful, at least if they took after your beauty." He sighed deeply before muttering, "I hope I could see that day. Unfortunately. Su Shi held the lifeless body in her arm as her tear never stopped falling. "You will, husband. One day you will." She suddenly raised her hand to see the fortune mark had disappeared and understood the divination of the old beggar. However, if she knew this is how things would turn out, she would rather not have this fortune. Su Shi decided to calm down and think about the future. Should I go home or return to the academy? No, it would be best to remain at the academy. If I want to become a great emperor and revived husband, I will need the support and resources of an emperor lineage. Additionally, if the academy knew that I inherited everything from Lin Fan, they would hunt me down and even destroy the Association of Chamber of Commerce. Not long after making a decision, Lin Fan's Tao protector, Qiujin, arrived. He looked at his disciple's dead body on the floor with an ugly look on his face. The latest courses are on our website. A small accident happened at the sect, and this time, our heaven chosen was killed. This is not a coincidence. Without saying anything else, he took Lin Fan's body back to the academy along with Su Shi. And this time, Wang Wei's fate reading ended. A lot of thoughts rushed through his mind. He learned many things about how this trial operates. Everyone and everything can be a chess piece that will lead to the downfall of the participants. If Suya were not overconfident after disposing of Jian Wushuang, she would never have sneak attacked Wang Wei after their deal. And if Wang Wei did not have a vindictive personality where he never liked to suffer a loss, he would never have placed the misfortune curse on Suya. And in return, she would never have teleported to Lin Fan's mansion nor lost her memory. And in this trial stage, people's personalities began to play a role. Su Shi is a virtuous wife willing to do anything to help her husband. So, given a choice to subdue someone like Suya, she will take the opportunity. Lin Fan is a lustful man, so he could not resist the temptation of beauty and having a powerful helper for his rise in power. As for Suya, there have been rumors that she only loved women, and this rumor was most likely true. Wang Wei should have picked on that since she showed up with a woman as her +1 during the beach party. So, their plans were flawed from the beginning. Suya only found women to be attractive even without her memories. Then there is the curse that she used to eliminate her competitor. Where did she get such a terrifying curse? More importantly, why did she only remember this curse and nothing else? It could be explained that her desire to be with Su Shi was so great that her subconscious tapped in her seal memory to give her a method to accomplish her goal. However, things were too coincidental. Many things in this entire event relied too much on luck or coincidence. For example, why didn't Suya detect the malice these two had for her? As a person with the number 3 physique, she should be able to detect their emotions and react. Now, even if the argument is that without her memory, she does not know how to use her power and physique properly. But as a powerful cultivator, her intuition should give some warnings. So, why did everything go smoothly? My misfortune curse and heavenly Tao's planning, thought Wang Wei as he raised his head to the sky. Is this the power of fate manipulation? Nudging events that seemed utterly random or unrelated to the desired outcome. They are also a manifestation of probability manipulation. Dao Rime appeared around Wang Wei for a few minutes as he entered a state of epiphany. He woke up a few minutes later with his understanding of fate deepened. Finally, he rushed back home, wanting to know why Lin Fan's death substitute talisman. He believed it should be related to Qi luck of the academy, but wanted to be sure. So, he directly went to see ancestor Wang Wuxing. Brat, what is it this time? Visit. For the best no-understanding experience. Ancestor, I'm sorry to bother you, but I need to know something. Did something happen 15 years ago in the academy? How do you know? Something did happen. 3 people suddenly entered the Tao ancestor realm at the same time. The academy probably wanted to announce their birth to the world to compensate for the Qi luck you took away from them. However, these 3 idiots failed to control their strength and almost caused a catastrophe in their small world. As expected, could their action affect the luck of the entire academy? He wrote in the air. They were connected to the academy's Qi luck. Wang Wei sighed as the final piece of the puzzle clicked. The death substitute talisman needs a lot of luck to function. And since the academy's luck was affected the exact moment Lin Fan was attacked, he could not use it. And this plot goes deeper than the surface. Where did the Tao source seed of these 3 people come from? The final reward for the slaughter trial, thought Wang Wei. He gave his ancestor a deep look before bowing and leaving. Do you think he noticed? Suddenly said a voice. With his intelligence, I would not be surprised, replied Wang Wuxing. You seem to have a lot of faith in this kid. I do. I believe he will pass this trial. That's fine, but you already intervene enough by telling him all this. Plus, we need to prepare in case he fails. So, who do you think we should cultivate next? The Li clan's heir, or should we wake up the sealed one? After leaving, Wang Wei was still in deep thought. He realized Heavenly Tao would consider the Tao opening sect for his trial. And most likely, his ancestors knew about it, but decided not to intervene so that the sect was not plotted against and injured in the process. And Wang Wei was okay with this, since no one removed his status nor decreased his resources. Whatever he needed, as long as the sect had it, they would provide it. However, as far as the aid given to him would go, that was more than enough. After returning home, Wang Wei had to find another method to acquire the absolute chaos physique. Furthermore, he was a little scared of how terrifying that curse was, so he wanted to study and find a counter method against it. Plus, he had a feeling that this curse was not a normal one. Visit. For the best no-understanding experience, that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.